Hello, welcome everybody on the round three of Aktobe Open. Raluca is here with me, and today, Raluca, we have some very exciting pairings because only four players are on 2 out of 2. What do you think about that?
That's right. Yeah, we were expecting this to happen. We were talking yesterday that it's a very strong tournament. So it's not as easy as in other open tournaments to advance and get
Yeah.
a lot of points in the first rounds. So four people with 2 points sounds fair so far. Let's see if anyone will make it to 3 out of 3 today. I'm not sure that.
That's going to be tough, yeah. And if we look at the top standings, we have actually two international masters and two grandmasters on 2 out of 2. So we could say that these two international masters worked really hard to upset some top grandmasters yesterday.
They did, yeah. When we were watching their games, we were very entertained, especially by Daftian's
Oh, yeah.
game, right? We had a very clear-cut win. It's something we don't see every day.
Yes, and actually today talking about Datian, he's playing Yilmaz Mustafa, who also had almost two very smooth wins. First game, I think he was the first person to win the game in
Hmm.
the tournament. And yeah, today he's playing Datian. So with them both playing very smooth chess, are we expecting a draw? I don't know.
I think Mustafa will try to win, especially if he gets white,
Uh-huh. Yes.
and I'm sure he will try at least. He's not coming with a draw in mind.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably just here to play his game and try to win, if it's possible.
Yeah, exactly. So actually, I think we already have some moves on the board, if I'm correct. So let's.
We do,
I
yeah.
will. I will move to the analysis board. We can already check what is happening.
I have to say that I just noticed because I haven't seen you before. We were talking on Zoom, but Laura cannot use her camera on Zoom. So now I noticed that we are matching today. It's
Oh,
like
okay.
we haven't even talked about it.
I didn't actually. I didn't even. Yeah, that's awesome. I didn't even notice it, but great minds think alike, I
Yeah, yeah,
guess.
of course. Of course.
Oh, okay, that's awesome. Both in red, both ready for a fight. I mean, ready to watch some fight happen. Maybe not to fight ourselves.
No, we are still in a peaceful mindset, right? Before the tournaments, I guess. Are you playing
Yeah.
anything soon, by the way?
Yeah, that's actually a very good question. Am I playing anything soon? No, nothing is
No.
in short-term plans. Uh, m- just trying to be home for the summer for maybe first time in many years. So just trying to
Mm.
enjoy my life a bit, go to some pools, get some
That's a
tan.
great plan. I think that's a great plan.
Okay, yeah,
You need that from time to time.
yes, sometimes we just need to relax. And I think the board one is also relaxed right now, given the opening. What is happening here? Let me just turn on sync and rec so you can
Hmm.
see it's going on my board. And we have e45. I will not be excited today because we have knight f3, knight f6, which we already saw yesterday. I think Ilham Amar played this with white pieces because I was expecting maybe a more fighting opening from also black, but Urazayo with black pieces, I don't think he really wants to risk it today against Aryan Chopra.
He's been having a good tournament, so play it solid with black pieces and keep having a good tournament, right?
Yes, I think that's a very good strategy. Just be solid with black pieces. If your opponent makes a mistake, if he blunders, go for it. Otherwise, why go into some risky opening when you don't? I mean, I would. I mean, I would probably play something like Caro-Kann or the French defense, but yes, it's not for every day. And today he decided to just go for this Petrov line. Um, okay, it's not completely obvious that this is equal. White has this c4 option here, and we can get some imbalance in the center, but I don't know. It depends what Aryan Chopra decides to play here.
Many times you get piece is traded off, right? In those positions,
Yeah. Yes.
from what I remember. So
Yes.
we will see what Ariane is coming up with. I see he's taking his time to think for a little bit here, maybe deciding which move to go for. C4, as you mentioned, is the main move.
Yeah. I mean, if he probably wanted to play it safe, he could go for just some knight bd2, rook e1. These are very typical moves. Basically, this is kind of exchange French, but better for black. I think maybe slightly a tempo more, if I'm correct, or very similar to the exchange French. And I have to say, I am not a fan of the exchange French. So therefore, I am not a big fan of the Petroff defense. But I do not blame for the players for picking this opening. For example, if I see some games in the Lichess database, knight c6 was actually not, or was it? It was not played recently, maybe. I'm not sure, but I think I see a lot of games between Kasparov and Anand, Kasparov and Kramnik, Anand and Kramnik. So around years 2000, this was, I guess, very often played here
by very strong people. We should probably check with the. I'm going to open ChessBase as well, just in case we need to check any recent games.
Yeah, perfect.
And have them sorted.
Yes.
Maybe we find some novelties from the players here.
Absolutely, yeah. And Karsten in chat saying that c4 is the most common, but knight bd2 was played by Caruana, for example. So maybe knight bd2 more modern approach than c4, or more stockfishy approach. Maybe I can say it like that. But definitely a game to look out for. But what I'm curious is what is happening on board 2 as well, because I think I saw d4.
Yes.
Which I'm always happy, as I'm a d4 player myself. Raluca, are you a d4 player or e4 player? Okay, d4, yes. Wow, that's perfect. We match in that as well. And yes, we see kind of, this kind of transposed into just classical Queen's Indian with bishop before Ragozin. Is this called the Ragozin line? Yes, Ragozin defense. Lichess also helping me out in case I forget the name. Yes, and here white has many options how to continue. I myself play queen a4, bishop g5 being the main move. Taking on d5 is also a good move. Queen b3, e3, so many moves. What do you usually play?
I have to say that I don't really get to this position because I play different move orders.
Yes, okay.
I play either with knight f3 or start with c4. So I have a pawn on d2 still in this position. And probably there's a pawn on e3 at this point.
So, that's different. Yeah, that is completely
That's different. Yeah, you get into some Queen's Gambit positions, but not all of them, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, then you can choose between also b3, g3, so many
Yeah,
options.
sometimes it's Catalan, sometimes it's b3. It depends on
your mood.
Yeah, or looking at my opponent's games, and I think, okay, I think here maybe is where I should get into. Maybe here is where they are not so comfortable. Maybe they've played this recently, and I don't want to go there again.
Yes, that's very smart thinking. Sometimes we just adapt our openings to the players to annoy them a bit with our preparation.
At least try to. Sometimes we get surprised ourselves, but
yes, sometimes you play a novelty yourself, like something that you've never played before, and your opponent just blitzes out all the terrain, and then you're just confused, like, how? What do you mean? You couldn't have prepared for this. But some players are just prepared for everything, yeah?
Yeah.
And after bishop before, Yilmaz is now thinking, maybe Dautian usually doesn't go for the Ragozin because black could have also just played bishop e7, could have taken on c4,
c6,
yeah, very stable, kind of transposes into some slaw defense. Maybe even a6 is not a terrible option. I mean, there are so many moves here, yeah, so many moves here.
Even h6 is an option here.
This is maybe more modern approach, right?
More modern approach, yeah. Just remember that even this is possible.
Even this is actually a good move, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, So actually, well, he's thinking we can move on to board 3 because finally Saran Alexei made it back. He drew the first game, and yesterday he played around board 18, and today he's gonna try again with white pieces to catch the leaders with d4 again.
Yes.
Yay, makes us happy. And we actually have this Catalan without c4, so Black now has an option to play c5 himself, so challenging the center. This is probably the best response.
I think so, yeah. This is something challenging from Black.
Yes,
and now c takes d4.
C takes d4, and now we're not taking on d4 ourselves because after e5, then we would have to move immediately. So we're waiting for our opponent to make a move. Usually,
which is why they played h6 here
yes,
as well.
which is usually h6. Again, the idea is that after you take, the knight will have to move f3 to f3 or b3. And in case of knight c6, then we have this reverse Grunfeld with the tempo up. So again, we're happy with white pieces. So this is why Black doesn't go knight c6, but h6, and after b3, I guess knight c6 should be played. E6.
Play knight. There is an option here.
Yeah.
Let me just see.
Yes.
Which was here. Yep, there it is. This move.
Oh.
This is very interesting.
Whoa.
Because now that White has played b3, it's like, okay, you're telling me that your bishop's going to b2, so I'm gonna play h5 because I'm gonna go h4 if you play bishop b2. So this is quite nice here. Yeah.
And after knight takes h4, what are you going to do? Are you going
I
to
think it's
sacrifice?
e5. I think it's e5.
And
think
then
so.
this bishop is very, very bad.
You keep the center and
okay.
looks good for Black, yeah?
Actually, this looks very tricky. So that means that bishop b2 is probably not the best response.
I don't remember what the best move was here.
Actually, bishop b2 is the most played move, but also, let's see what Makarchian Lilith played bishop b2. Gianu, 25 player, played h4 himself. Yes, I'm not sure, but
that might be in the Romanian Championship. Actually, he's playing another Romanian.
Yeah. So many different responses here, but Black doing very, very good in all of the games. I don't think White won any of these games. Yes, only 2 draws, and other games Black won. Wow.
Looks like an annoying move for White.
Okay,
maybe if you're not prepared.
Yes, actually, this looks like very tricky. I will keep this in mind in my preparation. Okay, h4, h6, and then h5. This is against all the opening principles.
Yes, I know.
it's amazing. Okay.
I believe that here on instead of b3, maybe already knight d4 was. I think this is quite e5, and now I think it's knight b3. Yeah.
Yes.
Knight c6 and now c4, right? And this is, I think, this was complicated. It's not that obvious.
No, this is, I think, probably still 0-0 by the engine, but yes, this center is being compromised in a different ways.
Yeah, and it could go wrong for Black. For example, I remember there are some ideas if Black goes d4, where White can go f4.
Yes.
If not immediately, a move later.
Yeah, this is
maybe e3 first and then f4. So you have to be careful. Nice center, but
yes, nice center, but as
overextended.
yes, it can be very, very tricky to play. But okay, after b3, actually Black decided to go knight c6, so not going for this. So let's see what Panesar has in mind after knight d4, e5, knight e6, and c4. Okay.
So we have this again, this reverse move, and what maybe b3 is not exactly a move that White wants to have.
Yeah, I would guess so. Usually it's also very typical. Yes, in case b3 happens, then Black has these options of sometimes playing d4, and then it's good for Black, but of course not now because c6 is hanging. What are we expecting to see here? Is bishop b7?
I would say bishop e6.
Bishop e6 may be better than
I'm
b7,
thinking.
yeah, because this is more passive. What else? Yeah, bishop e6 actually played. This position hasn't been seen many times, but has been played by Banush versus Dubo. Let's see. Actually, bishop e7 was played by Dubo here, I think.
So he's keeping his options open.
Yeah, I guess so. Let's see. Bishop e7, bishop b2, and e4. Okay, so going to block this bishop instead, but allowing this one to be active. And after knight c3, castle, what was played? C takes d5, c takes d5, queen d4.
Ah, queen d4. I was thinking about something like e3 and bring the knight to d4. Or maybe not e3, but you could bring the knight to d4 anyway, without e3.
Yeah. Maybe without e3, not to allow any piece to land here.
Yeah, I noticed that the square f3 would be
also this one.
A disaster if I play e3. Let's keep it on e2.
Yeah, so maybe like going knight b5 or something, yeah? Maybe this was a blitz game, so that's why playing queen d4 was very direct, already threatening some...
95 some things.
Yes,
no?
some
Maybe.
things. So rook d1, knight d5, yeah, how are you defending? We'll see. Tricky position, I think. It ended in a draw, though. It ended in a draw.
E4 it looks a bit soon, right? Because many times you want to keep the center and decide which pawn to advance a bit later.
Yeah, so for example, here after bishop b2, e4, yes, it seems
but
fast,
yeah, but maybe here what to do if you already played bishop e7.
Yes. So maybe that's why bishop e6 is the most common move, but after bishop b2 we go bishop d6 or queen c7,
right? Yeah. d5 is now protected, that's the point.
Yeah, I would maybe go for something like this, also thinking about playing d4 myself, playing then rook d8, and having this kind of Benoni type structure, but and claiming that this bishop...
And the bishop could even go to e7, no? If you want.
Could go c5, e7. I don't know where it would be best, but probably somewhere, around here. This could be very, very interesting development. So I think this is the live position after c4 still, correct?
Yeah, it looks like it, yeah.
Yes, I mean...
let's see what black does here.
Yeah, I mean, I like Sarana's way of playing. It's imbalanced pawn structure.
And not a very common... okay, it's more often seen today, but it's also not a position where you see a lot of theory, where you get a lot of theory. It's a position where you get to play.
Yes, so I like this type of positions, and I like when top players decide to play this type of chess, not going into theories, which usually means that, they're ready just to play chess and not the opening, which we sometimes see too often on top tournaments. But yeah, okay, we can move on to board 4 because I think the game... Okay, it's only 9 moves, but I see that the position...
I think today we have a d4 day, Laura.
Yay! D4! Yes, no more Sicilians for today. No, okay. We'll see what's happening in the next games, but yeah, d4, d5. Okay, so we have the Slav defense. And queen b3
with queen b3.
Whoa, okay. This is not a common move. I haven't seen it in... Nobody played it against me maybe for 10 years already. Yeah, queen b3. I remember...
Queen c2 is maybe more common.
Yeah, much more common. But I guess it kind of transposes. Now I remember, yes, best move, at least back then, was d takes c4, and then going for some g6 somehow. Maybe not immediately, bishop f5 first.
Because, here you can play with, g3 is, I remember these positions.
Some g3.
It transposes from queen c2 as well, you're right.
It could, but maybe black didn't have to take. While I think on queen b3, it's maybe the best move, otherwise you have to go for something like e6, right?
Yeah.
And this, you don't want to block this bishop if you don't need to, I guess. So that's why taking on c4.
Couldn't black also play with g6? Probably, yeah?
Immediately. Yeah.
On queen b3.
could, yeah, this is actually also played, and then after some knight c3, bishop g7. Let's see how it changes. C takes d5, c takes d5. Maybe this is more annoying for black again because this queen is already on b3
and d5 hanging.
d5 is hanging, and after e6, then maybe some knight e5 is coming, maybe e3 first, castle. I don't know. So this actually was, yeah, it has pretty good score for white actually. So maybe not, yes, not easy.
The bishop on c8 has to be a little bit annoying to play with. Find a spot for it.
Yes, so that's why it takes c4, and yeah, bishop f5, freeing the bishop, and this pawn is not attacked anymore. Yes, and like you said, g3 and e6, and let's see, e3 on the board. Okay, so yeah, I always like my bishop on g2. I have to be honest.
Yes.
I love it. But this is,
it feels so
typical.
safe.
Yeah. Yeah, it just feels like nothing can touch you, nothing can attack you, and you're gonna be the one having the center. Just like imagine playing rook d1, I don't know, knight c3, knight.
That's actually exactly the plan. No, the queen goes to e2 and you play e4.
Yeah. So many options. So many options for white. I would guess that annoying move at some point would be either knight e4 or bishop e4, wanting to land this bishop here, but knight c3 just does all the job, so maybe it's not so bad. Knight bd2 being the most played move here. Knight bd7, sorry. Knight bd7 being the most played move here, and like you said, like rook d1 or queen e2 now.
Yeah.
Pick
Because the
your
queen
poison.
on c4 is a bit misplaced already. You need to bring it to e2, where the queen usually hides here.
Exactly. And knight e4 actually also queen c7 here by black. It's a very solid position where black needs to be careful not to allow white to play e4. Otherwise it can get very defensive for black. So that's why putting this knight here, just not allowing any knight c3s or knight bd2s or knight fd2s. I think this actually could have been a threat, or knight h4 here. And then just play f4, knight c3, I don't know, bishop f4, rook d1, like, oh, looks so easy, eh?
Yeah. So, I was wondering if we could have started with knight c3, or there were tricks against the queen on c4.
No, I think
we
here
can
black
start with
could
it.
have, yeah, no, it's no problem. Just you have to know what to do against knight e4. Because like I said, if we decide to exchange, then this bishop can be extremely annoying on e4/d5. So this is something we don't want to do. So here, yes, knight d2 would be the move. Getting rid of one pair of knights, either c3 or d2, and then again threatening e4, but the trick is e5 here.
And the bishop on d2. So there are tricks. I knew that the queen had to come back from c4 because there were tricks against the queen on c4, but I didn't exactly remember all of them. So here we have one.
Yes, this is the one. And then this queen is misplaced here, like you said. And knight bd7 is actually on the board, and I assume Ceparino will blitz out his next move, because I'm pretty sure he knows exactly what he wants from this opening.
Yeah, for sure. I think he has played this before.
Probably.
I must have seen his games in this. I think I remember something, but
yeah, I
must have seen his games in this position, or at least in this line with bishop f5, where he takes e4 and bishop f5.
Yes, and there's so many games here in this position, also by Ivanchuk, Mamedjaro, Rajabo, Kramnik himself.
Aronian must have, I think, as well.
Yeah, so many top players playing this opening. So I always thought it was a bit dubious to play queen b3. I never believed in it myself, so I never played it with white. But it doesn't look bad at all. You know,
No,
I'm
no.
picking up openings, you know, just writing down, okay, my next tournament, Slav with queen b3.
Slav with queen b3. Yeah, if it has to transpose into this, maybe it's even more forcing than queen c2,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah. Actually, really very, very interesting. Okay, what do we expect? Rook d1 or queen e2, I would assume,
Yeah,
except if Ceperino wants to deviate from the main lines, maybe.
I'm not sure there is a lot of
Yeah,
room.
there's not a lot of room.
Maybe
Yeah,
at
yeah.
this
Rook d1
point.
looks very logical, just developing the rook for first before developing any other piece, putting it on this file. But queen e2, I also think very, very, very logical. I guess you would need to be you would need to know what to do against something like c5,
94.
but
Ah,
also knight e4. And I guess here we have knight h4. That's what the problem is, or maybe
and the pawn on
maybe it's not
b7.
so bad. Maybe it's not so bad. What do actually do against c5? Huh?
Maybe just rook d1,
Maybe
because I
just
guess the
and after
queen on d8 might be a bit misplaced for now.
No, yeah, I absolutely agree. Yeah, and after something like queen c7, I guess it can be very awkward for black here. So maybe black would prefer to go e5 than c5 to keep this bishop locked for longer.
So maybe now we go like the typical ideas with b3 and bishop b2, or do we just play knight c3 and bishop d2 in that position?
After c5?
Yeah, after rook d1 and queen c7.
Okay. Yeah, actually,
Knight c3, yeah? Knight c3, bishop d2, bishop e1?
Yeah, I like knight c3. Because again, now this is a threat, almost. Or also e4 is a threat, so maybe black has to go knight e4.
And knight e1 I see is interesting, or knight h4.
Yeah, also, okay, knight h4 here, maybe not immediately.
It has been played. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I see.
I guess the idea is that if black takes, you take on e4, but what if black takes on c3 first?
Yeah, I take on c3 first. I think we're forced to take, and now after bishop h4, g takes h4.
We are happy with the two bishops. Is that it?
And
this pawn is gonna go and be an important piece in the attack?
Okay, yeah.
Is that it?
If we're threatening e4, why not? Why not? After knight f6, e4, for example, bishop g4, f3. I guess we're getting some weaknesses, but I like white's position actually, like bishop g5, for example.
There is compensation.
No, I think so. Let me just check the engine. Okay, I mean the engine
0,
likes
0.
black. Engine likes black slightly after h6, which is very interesting, just allowing bishop f6 to happen. But apparently this bishop just doing a perfect job.
Okay, we're claiming that the pawn on h4 is much worse than the one on f6, because the queen can get in, yeah, most likely.
Yeah, I mean, very, very interesting evaluation. I guess I would have to sit here for like 10 minutes to exactly understand what are my plans, how can I attack, but okay, engine says 0-0, so
of course.
So what can I do, you know? I cannot change anything. Yeah, maybe going c5 is slightly too fast of various pawns. Maybe queen c7 first by black was easier, because also e5 is also a threat besides c5. And then on knight c3, for example, e5 again.
e5,
yeah. This can develop into some interesting maneuvering, but many top players.
Or just too many exchanges.
Could be, but
along the d file, you put everything on the d file, you trade it off, and then it's a draw.
Could be. No, you're right. Could be. But queen e2, by the way, on the board. Ceperino played it almost immediately, and I guess with Tegalia we'll be thinking for some time now.
Yeah. So, what do we have on board 5, Laura?
Okay, so we have Lee versus Amar Ilham. Lee.
Here you have your Sicilian.
We have a Sicilian, yes, with knight c6. But I would just want to say Lee yesterday almost won his game. If you remember, this was this end game, queen end game, which after e3, I think it was one of the last games being played, was a draw, but otherwise
Yeah.
was winning. So I think Lee must have been kind of upset after not winning yesterday's game. But very, very dynamic game, and also Amar, I think, is a dynamic player, so let's see what will the opening bring today.
Yeah, Lee almost beat Aditya Mittal yesterday. There was some slight move order thing in the end game that we were very
tricky.
Very tricky. We were very surprised to see. Yeah.
Exactly. You just think it's winning easily, and then your opponent surprises you with a queen exchange, and you're just like, oopsie, I guess it's not.
I thought the pawn endgame was winning.
Yeah. So he must have been slightly upset after that. But let's see what he brings. So what is this line called? Is it
Kalashnikov? Yeah.
Kalashnikov, yeah, okay. Is bishop d3 is not the main move, right? Knight c3 is.
Knight c3, yeah, that's what I.
But bishop d3, not a bad move either, and g6. And let's see, so this knight is coming to c3. This is, I guess, the idea of bishop d3 and not knight c3. And after bishop g7, what do we have here?
What do we have here? Knight d5, knight d2. What are we going to play?
So knight d5 being played 15 times and bishop e3 only once. So some top players actually playing all of them knight d5. So I would assume this is the logical response to bishop g7. But after knight f6, how are we continuing? Then we just go knight
I guess
c3.
the other knight. I was wondering about the trade on d5, to be honest.
Immediately, yes.
Yeah.
That's actually a good
How
point.
we're gonna react to this? C takes?
So apparently c takes.
And we have a very good...
After knight d4, yes, so apparently white is very happy. This was actually some many games by girls here. Yip Carissa playing this with white, Bulmaga Irina as well. And they both played bishop e3. And after knight f6, they both won the game, by the way. And after knight d2, castle, let's see, Carissa going for f4, Bulmaga going for a4. So both of them won the game, but it looks like this is very nice for white at the end.
It would be nice to get an a5 and knight c4.
Oh yeah, yes. Let's see, for example, in the game between Bulmaga and Pavlidou, I think she played knight h5, trying to play some f5, but here she decided to go rook e1, rook c8, and g3, so didn't go for a5 yet. Maybe just preparing
or stopping some b5 ideas at some point.
Yeah, but looks like a very interesting game for sure. But yes, so bishop d5 apparently not being the best move, so that's why knight f6 is actually also maybe more played on the top level by some 25 plus players here.
Okay, so on knight c3, we can always take on d5 if we want a pawn there, probably.
I think so. But black basically just saying that, okay, bishop d5 is still a move, but also knight d7 here, most commonly played. And after bishop e3, let's see what is the idea. After castle, queen d2, just rook c8. Interesting. So basically keeping this knight here, black is claiming, okay, this is a knight, but it's doing nothing. So
and it's not attacking my pawn. You're not attacking my pawn on d6.
Yes, in fact, it's blocking your attack. So yeah, black is saying, do whatever you want with your knight. I really don't care. I will play b5 when I want to, and maybe some knight c5. We will see, but...
So what is our plan with black? I'm not sure that I want to play f5. Do I want to play f5? Maybe I want to play f5.
Yeah, maybe, but you always allow with this queen this is bishop g5, so maybe...
That's why I wasn't sure if I want to play f5.
Maybe
so let's say white plays something like rook c1. No?
Okay.
Normal move.
Yeah.
I see Baklan here was preparing for f5, I guess, with king h8. What else?
Yeah, so he played king h8. Okay, let's see what was the game, because I actually have no clue what black wants to do here. And
Right, because of course
yeah.
b4.
So f5 is
f5,
actually the
yes.
idea. Okay.
You have to find some
Okay.
counterplay because white is coming strong on the queen side.
Okay, so I assumed that these black squares would be too weak, but I guess not. I guess it's not a problem after he takes f5. Bishop g5 is not a threat because queen e8 and the queen is coming to attack herself. To the
And we
king
have
side.
c7 covered.
Mm-hmm.
We see why rook c8 was important.
True, yes, yes. Not allowing this knight. That looks beautiful. This knight looks amazing. However, it really does nothing when you look at it more carefully.
But it's there, knights. It's good to have them in the center for the future. But what could happen? Have them close by.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the chat, people, somebody's asking if we're using the engine or just on our own thinking. With the openings, we are using our own thinking with the help of Lichess database with many games collected there, so we can know what exactly opponents are being prepared for. But usually we're not using the engine except on some extreme situations that we just want to double check what is happening in the position. So yeah, usually just
Or
without
our
the
own
engine.
lines, yeah.
Yeah, what are we calculating, if it's correct or if it's completely the opposite of what the engine is thinking. So we are combining, but usually we're just not using the engine.
Yeah.
So yeah, this if this happens, I mean, here we have a game.
Yes. I kind of like black. I don't know what the evaluation would be here.
Yeah, let's check it.
But I like
It's
I like
around,
how the center looks.
it's plus 0.2, so basically no advantage. I
No
think
advantage.
this is very this is playable. I mean, I don't even care about the evaluation as long as this is a very playable position.
I was thinking that I would probably feel more comfortable with black here.
Yeah, I think so too, because it's very easy for black to come to the g file with the queen g6, rook g8, and then we just play oopsie, and suddenly there's checkmate. So if you give me 3 moves, I'm extremely happy. And I wonder if, yes, b5 is, for example, a big threat or not. Because I don't think it is. My knight is coming also to d4. Right?
Yeah, right away, because if pawn takes, then I was thinking knight takes here, and then the d6 pawn is impossible to defend right now. But yes, if knight d4 immediately, like this, no, this looks okay. But who knows? Maybe we can find something. Not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, to be completely honest. What could be my plan? I could say that maybe I would play bishop e3 and just
What
exchange
about bishop?
it.
Does bishop e7 work? If it works, it will be nice to have.
Bishop e7.
And pick up the pawn on d6.
Oh, you're greedy like that. Okay.
Why not? The pawn on d6 seems like an important pawn.
Actually, you have a point. I just thought that after rook g8, I'm much faster, but maybe I'm not, right? Because now you're threatening knight e7.
Oh yes, you're right.
Yeah, now you have this big threat, and somehow I have
and
trouble.
It's unfortunate. Yeah, it's unfortunate that on queen g6, knight e7, there's no time to sacrifice on g2 and bishop h6 because the rook on g8 is hanging.
Yeah, the rook is also hanging, and I lose too much material for no reason. So you might be right. You might be right that this is a big threat from white. So what is the issue? Just a second, let me just go back where we left it. So after queen 8, so after b5, no, but I have to go for something like this. I don't think I have a choice, but after bishop e7, let's see, can I I just wanna, actually I have some sacrifices in mind after rook g8 here. Oh, I think bishop f8 is winning because I threaten knight f3.
Knight f3?
Yeah.
Oh yes.
I think
I was trying to make that work.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
also trying some ideas, but I think this might be it. Because if whenever you take,
mm.
I win the queen like this, and when if you decide to protect, I just win the piece, and I don't think you can do anything about it.
Now the check on e5 will not help because I
Yeah,
don't have a
because
follow-up.
yeah,
Unfortunately, there's two knights coming to f3 now.
now it would be very hard to stop. Yes, coming knights from f3, maybe king h1 being almost the only move to do that. Okay, very
Okay,
interesting.
so we don't really have that with white.
Hmm. You could consider knight e7. Don't
But
know.
what am I doing with a knight on e7?
I have no idea.
Where am I going, really?
I have no clue. I actually have no clue. Yeah, this looks like you said, I'm maybe more comfortable for black. I don't know. Maybe just what if white just shouldn't care? Maybe just go king h1 and just like wait for black's
Make
response.
and now
Yeah,
bishop e7 is a threat.
yeah. So basically, then after rook g8, I don't know exactly what I
Knight
should do with
e7 we
white,
have
but
now.
yes, exactly, 97.
So
Correct,
rook g8 immediately never works.
correct. Yes,
Maybe knight f6.
with black, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, could be, but for sure interesting position for sure.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it was not played. So after bishop g7, knight d5 was not played by Lee, but bishop e3 was actually played. So this is not a common move, but knight f6 immediately by Amar here.
So what do we do now? Are we going to play f3 or we don't mind knight g4?
That's a very good question.
Actually, knight d5 stops
Yeah, I
knight
would
g4.
still
Yeah.
consider knight d5 because after knight g4, then this b6 square is deadly.
Yeah.
Okay, you should maybe think about queen h4, but I really don't think that we care. Some h3 or first knight c7 and then h3, and there's no checkmate.
It looks like black is losing material.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think still knight d5, but now it's a bit different than before. Don't know if it's
I'm
better
not sure
or
if
worse.
what if he plays knight d7? Isn't this going to?
Is it transposition?
And if knight c3 is not, I don't. I think it is, no? Knight c3, yeah.
I just want to.
Castles.
Yeah. Did we
And
have a
queen
bishop
d2.
on e3 before as well?
Yeah, yeah. We
Okay,
just
yes,
play
we
knight
did.
d5 first. It's the same position. We still have a chance to get here.
Okay. So okay, I think we will because I don't think really white will want to go with knight d2 to play this game like this, right? I think going knight d5 is very logical, right?
No, I think so, yeah. Knight d2 doesn't have a future. On f3, it's not going anywhere, and on b3, where is it going? No.
Nowhere. Yeah, I think we would expect knight d5 to happen eventually, right? Yeah. Okay. Interesting game. Will develop very. Hopefully, it will develop.
It's one of the games that we always. Amar's game is always one of the games that we are always looking forward to see. Every round so far, we're expecting fireworks on his game.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, let's just wait for Lee to think a bit, to consider his options. But I am very optimistic about this game.
Yeah.
But okay, let's check now board number 6, Inyan versus Rostozeo. Let's see. Again, d4. Oh, wow. It really is a d4 day, okay?
I think so. We have a majority today.
It is. Let's see what happened here. So we have just classic Queen's Indian that declined with c6. We saw bishop before, I think on board 2.
Yeah.
But c6, like you mentioned before, also a
Semi-Slav.
normal move.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
And after e3, a6. Okay, this is how is this one called? Is it
Meran.
Meran? Yeah. Okay. And after queen c2 being, I think, one of the most played move, actually b3 being the main one.
So
Now,
you can take with a pawn.
yes. So you're prepared to take on with the pawn, but queen c2, of course, very logical, and c5 immediately. Okay, that's
Hmm.
funny because you go c6, then you go a6, and then you go c5. So you haven't really developed any of your pieces, and you're just playing in the center. Okay, this is very funny. I didn't know that black can do c5.
I thought the idea was to take on c4, play b5, and then c5.
Yeah, this is, I think, the most common response. Maybe black can wait. Usually, black waits with some move like this for white bishop to first move and
Hmm.
then takes on c4. And yes, then b5. I don't know, bishop can now move to any square. And yes, then just bishop b7. And then with the plan of c5.
Hmm.
Uh,
Okay, so I guess that black would have done this against bishop e2 instead of queen c2.
yes, I think so. I think so. After bishop e2, then I guess we would take then. Or maybe not. I mean, I don't know exactly what Arstotzov was prepared on, but c5, I have to be honest, this looks against all opening principles, but maybe it will develop into something interesting. Let's see, a3.
I
Okay.
was just going to say, so maybe the explanation is that now that the queen is on c2, you can
Yeah.
develop the knight to c6, and
Yes.
then b4 is
Usually
is
you.
always there, knight b4 ideas, yeah,
Ah, yeah, like
with the
this,
queen on
yeah.
c2.
That's why a3 was played. Yeah, usually, if there's an option, I would love to have my knight on c6.
Hmm.
But when you play c6, I really don't think about playing c5.
No.
That's why I mentioned before here I could play a6 myself.
Hmm.
And in case that white doesn't take, or even if white takes, then c5 comes easier to me.
Hmm.
Um, so I'm that's why I'm slightly surprised, but I love it. I always love c5 breaks. Yes, and after a3, black takes on d4 first, basically potentially making an isolated pawn for white, or actually making it by taking on c4 immediately, and after b5, bishop a2. This was also an idea of a3, not only to protect b4, but also to put
There is
this bishop
also
here.
the idea if that I'm thinking, why didn't black wait? Sometimes you wait for this bishop to develop, so why wouldn't you play something like knight c6? And probably it's because here white can think about c5, because
Huh,
b4 we already have a3, and I'm assuming that it's
correct.
easier to play like this, no?
I
I
think you're
assume that this
absolutely
is
right.
possible.
Yes, I think you're right. Especially because we have a3 and we immediately defend our pawn, and now this bishop will have to go to e7, and this will be very nice squares for our pieces. Bishops, knights, just coming in at some point, potentially very slowly, but coming in. I think this is very hard to play for black.
Very useful move, no? And
Yeah,
it's anti-useful if you, I guess, if black doesn't take and play something like bishop d6, you can always take and then you have b4 yourself and you get the bishop.
exactly.
Lots of things you
Exactly.
can do with a3.
Okay, so it's a very multi-purpose move.
I guess so.
We love those, yeah. So Black decided to just simplify, and now we understand why. Yes, and Bishop A2. I like this. I mean, I think this game can turn into a crazy game because usually with isolated pawn, white will make something happen. Don't know what, but usually like I'm already seeing like Bishop G5, Rook D1, and Bishop B1.
Yes, the
This is
typical idea, no?
this is a typical idea. Besides this one, I can castle, put my rook on e1, and suddenly, after something like knight g5, I will maybe sacrifice something
Mm-hmm.
on e6 because this bishop will be coming to b7 and this pawn will not be protected enough, and some sacrifices can happen. Of course, again, I'm dreaming. If I had 3 moves, I would make them. But for example, if now it's black to move, and after bishop b7, it's already a threat to make this
Yeah, bishop
trade
b7
here.
has to be played because you have to also cover d5, you have to cover the diagonal. And I was going to say that, I've always seen and studied these positions with an isolated pawn and have been looking at games where people sacrifice on f7, sacrifice on e6, and they play sometimes the ideas with f4, f5, but I never really got to play them myself. But I was very happy that this year, finally, I got to play a sacrifice on f7 in the isolated with the isolated pawn, and won a very nice game. I was like, oh, I cannot believe this is happening.
Finally, somebody let you play it out. Yeah, that's always.
Yeah.
I get it. You must have been so satisfied. Like, oh,
I couldn't believe my eyes.
So
I was
hard.
like,
Yeah.
yeah.
This is always most satisfying when you work something on your opening or some trick or some idea, and I know it never happens. Never happens. And then suddenly when it does, you're just like, oh. So I played this one game, you know? And that's it, I guess, because now nobody will do it against me again.
Yeah, no, it's not like it was opening preparation. It was just a normal position with the isolated pawn. And it's always there. Does it work? Maybe it doesn't work. But I guess if you know the ideas, there are a lot of pins that could happen with the bishop on e7, and sometimes it's hanging, with the rook on f7 being there. So probably if you see them for long enough, you know they're there and you know what to look for.
Exactly. Yes, absolutely. And okay, by the way, queen e2 on the board. So protecting f3. Now
I expect bishop e7.
Yeah, bishop e7 will be played. I assume white will castle and black will castle as well. And now, yes, now we're starting our attack. So show me what would you want to do here with white
I would
pieces?
start with rook d1.
Okay, you would start with rook d1, preparing either knight e5 or knight g5, I assume. Something like this.
And then bishop g5 maybe.
Also
and I don't know if
g5,
knight d7 I have d5. Do I have d5 or not?
Let's see. After knight d7, if I go for d5, what if I just decide to take it?
Yeah, knight takes.
Takes.
And
no, sorry, you just win a piece, yeah. Okay, so we can... No, sorry, you don't win a piece. No, we just make a lot of exchanges, yeah?
But maybe the knight on d7, I will eventually win, I hope so.
Yeah, okay, so that's why I would have to think a bit if I can protect it somehow, because yes, you're attacking this piece and this one.
Maybe somehow with rook a7.
Rook a7, or I'm thinking queen e8.
Immediately.
It's very passive. It's very passive, but if it works, it's good enough.
Okay, so I'm guessing I should develop my pieces. Do I want to put my bishop on f4 or... Because now I'm thinking that if you play knight f6, I want to have rook e5, but then you're going to have rook a7. So it would be nice to have bishop b4 in that position or something. Maybe I want the bishop on d2 then. Maybe the bishop wants to be on this diagonal.
Yeah, I think let's try to put it there. Let's say we
D2?
go something like bishop d2. What can I do myself now?
But I'm not threatening anything.
Okay.
Also.
You're not, but I think that if you put this rook into the game, you're almost...
I'm already threatening something to win the piece with rook e1.
Yeah, it is kind of a threat, so I mean, I would say it's fine for you, right?
Yeah, this is what I was hoping, that white will have more activity if we get to play d5.
I agree. Okay, so there was a game here. Knight c5 was actually played, yes.
Okay.
Knight c5 was played. And I guess you want to stop any attacks with knight e6.
Okay.
After bishop c3, knight e6, yeah.
And after bishop b4, knight e6 anyway, right? Here.
Yeah.
Knight e6.
Yeah. Yes. I wonder, could I have went for something like knight d4 myself? Basically stopping this and also threatening some knight f5. This looks interesting. Don't know if it's good. Maybe rook d8 is stopping.
That's what I was looking at. But what about rook e5 now?
Now?
Maybe.
And okay. Let's say I take, you take.
Yes.
And can I... I
Queen
want to,
d8?
I want to
Ah,
see
you want to
rook
take on d2.
I
Okay.
don't think it works because
It doesn't work,
of
yeah.
course,
Phew.
of
I
course,
of course calculated all that. I knew it
yeah,
didn't work.
yeah. I don't think it works, but I had to consider it. You know, it wouldn't be right if I didn't. um, but let's
Oh,
yeah,
someone in the chat is telling us that they made 2 queen sacrifices that worked fine recently.
that doesn't happen often. So
No,
I
that is extreme. Yes, that is satisfying. Satisfying.
I would love to sacrifice my queen and checkmate as well, yeah, or win a material. So that is always very nice. Yeah, good job. Um, yeah, but okay.
And queen d8 maybe.
Let's see. I'm not sure what is happening because I do like our bishop.
Yeah.
I do like our bishop somehow. Don't
Bishop
know.
e3 will not work because here we get pinned and we don't get the rook.
Yeah, so we
So
lose.
we have to go with bishop b4.
Yeah, and
or bishop c3.
bishop
Maybe,
c3 also. Yeah, also bishop
looking
c3.
at g7.
Yeah, exactly. I would have to move my rook. I don't know exactly where. Let's say I go to d5, and then some like queen g4 can be very tricky. Don't know.
She went to d5 because she doesn't want to let me attack her, attack her knights. She knows what she's doing, keeping her pieces defended.
Yes, and on white square as well, because once we have this black color bishop, it's not nice to have all your pieces on black squares, Just something you do not want to do. Okay, d5 is an option. I'm just curious if it's what you want to do immediately. It looks like it's comfortable for white, but is it winning enough? Is it enough
not
for
winning, but
advantage?
maybe I'm still trying something here.
I'm here. You're forcing me to go for something like F. Oh no, we cannot go F6 because I'm getting
not gonna
checkmated.
happen. Yeah.
So
I also thought F6 is the move.
Yeah,
I
it
realized.
looks like, oh, stop the bishop. Oopsie, yeah, this rook is also here. Okay, if this works, then this is probably almost winning for you.
This has to be good, right?
Yeah.
Because the diagonal.
Let's check the engine, but yes, this is plus 0.6 plus 0.7. Yeah, this is something you would want to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
probably play some rook e1 now and make sure that I don't get checkmated. I almost got checkmated on d1 by moving my queen. For example, I was thinking that if you don't go rook d5 and go something like rook d7, I will have something like queen e5.
Yeah. It's
like, hey, I'm winning a piece,
it's not so bad, but you have to make a lot of exchanges,
yeah,
which is
at least enough. I'm not getting checkmated.
Yeah. Almost though, almost. Yeah, this is a proof that it's always nice to have h3 somewhere in the game. It's not a bad move to have h3.
So this we can say is nice for white if all this was more or less correct. Maybe black had something better, but at this point it looks a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, let me turn on the engine to see what it says. Yeah, queen e8 actually the only move that doesn't lose. So yeah,
it feels good for white to play this.
Yeah.
So not knight d7, yeah, from rook d1.
Let's see what will the engine say
here.
So yeah, knight d7 not the best move. Knight d5 here is
knight d5
the best one. Also knight c6 not being the bad move, still allowing d5. But I think this can be
at least
too tricky.
At least there's not a pin on the d5.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason. But also queen d6 being a reasonable move.
Oh, I like
maybe
this
just letting
to prepare play knight d7 and have the queen in front.
Exactly.
It's nice.
And no pin. Yeah, so some options, but I would still say these can be very uncomfortable for black. If white plays his cards right. No? Yeah.
This position is quite tricky.
Yeah, I mean, yourself, some sacrifice on f7 can happen as well, yeah. it can happen. But queen e2 is still the main position, so black is thinking...
So this is what we have right now.
Yes. I'm very curious to what happened in the next board 7. There was the Sicilian. Oops, again. Okay, Najdorf with bishop b5. One of the most common lines these days.
The Moscow variation, no? Yeah.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, you're correct.
It's so often played that I know its name now.
It is very, very often played these days. I would agree. And 95. Is this the main move, by the way?
No idea. No idea.
Actually, already e6 is actually not a common move. Here, the most common move, I'm saying 1,800 games, knight f6.
Mm-hmm.
And e6 was only played in 130 games.
Big difference.
So yeah, that's a huge difference. That's why, okay, so maybe Amilal with white pieces wasn't actually, he was prepared. Look at his time. He was prepared on e6. This doesn't happen often, but he was ready to play c4. Okay. And just letting this pawn structure to happen, that's actually, wow, already black is better here by the engine.
It looks like the pawn on d2 is going to have some problems. Whether it's on d2 or d3.
Let's see how will black take advantage of this. So
knight on c6, nice.
Already putting some looks here, maybe even here if you will want to, and a3. Of course, not allowing knight b4. Let's see, queen d7, bishop e3, bishop e7, and knight a4 on the board. Let me turn off the engine. We don't need it.
No. It's really, I like black's position, and it's really nice that we have d5 covered. So it's not like in other positions where you have c5 and e5, where white can also have a knight there.
Yes, absolutely. Like if this pawn was not here, we would talk about completely different evaluation. I mean, this knight would come to d5 and it would be very, very stable there. But now, this knight...
So it makes me think that white maybe was not prepared and he just bluffed.
Maybe. Actually,
he didn't want to spend a lot of time thinking and wasting time.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like, the engine says knight e5, this is still 0-0, but knight takes e5 is apparently bad. So here maybe we should have played either d3 or b3. Let's see.
b3 and d4, no?
Even knight c3, because this is not a threat due to queen a4.
Queen a4.
So this was played. Right. Knight c3 was actually played already. d3s, even knight e1, just not allowing any exchanges, and then maybe pushing for f4.
f4.
Yeah. So many options, but definitely knight takes c5 was not one of the good ones.
And he played it quite fast.
Yeah, exactly. Well. That's why I'm surprised. For 4 minutes, and he just evaluated that this should be good enough for, I don't know, was he thinking about draw or an advantage? But let's see. Because right now in the live position, I just played b6, right? I protect this pawn. And what do you do with white pieces? You would need to play before, but you cannot do it, right? There's no way to do it because you have 2 pieces attacking, 3 pieces attacking the b4 square.
Is he going to put a knight on b2 and defend the pawn? No, I don't think so. No, I mean, you can play queen e2 and rook d1 and the pawn is protected.
He might need to
Not
play.
Gonna lose it.
Yeah. He might need to use your idea, but you really don't want to do it. You know, it's just like, oh, what a defending piece in the position.
Do you want to play f4 eventually?
I guess I would have to, because I wouldn't have any choice. I think so. I mean, it would allow black to activate this bishop somehow.
And knight e5. It also gives the possibility of knight e5.
Yeah, exactly. But like you said, I think white would here now go for b3, stabilize the c4 pawn, and then maybe... Okay, maybe I start with something like this. Let's just imagine. Then I go rook d1. Let's say I go b3, and then maybe I'm ready for f4. And I don't mind it as much. Because whenever you jump here, I will take it. Maybe just move my knight to a better square first. I don't know which square is a good square for a knight here, to be honest. all look weird. It's hard. I think this
A
is very
homeless
hard.
knight.
Yeah.
We have a homeless knight here. I was just reading the suggestion in the chat. So e6 is the second most played move, and perhaps that c4 was not the best. Perhaps queen e2 was the move
Okay.
in that position.
Yeah, maybe c4 was maybe slightly too fast, but that's the player with white pieces, Amilal, he actually played it in 30 seconds. So I would assume that he was prepared for c4 in that position, but maybe he mixed up some variation.
Or he haven't seen 95? Is it possible?
Yeah.
No.
No, I mean, even when the 95 happened, he could have calculated different options than knight takes c5. So.
Okay, so we like black in this position, and we're gonna be back to see how this game develops.
Absolutely.
He hasn't played b6 yet, no? So the position is this one for now.
Yeah.
We assume that b6 is forced, but he's been thinking for a while, so there must be other option.
What has he
Knight
been
d4,
thinking?
no?
Knight d4, yes. This is what he has been thinking, because this knight is
could be hanging.
Could be potentially hanging, but it's not. But here, I just... Oh, okay. What if I just take?
Queen takes, I'm thinking.
No, because you cannot do this. That's the point. If you take with a queen and... Oh, sorry. I need more coffee. I was thinking, no, queen takes a4. What? Like, this is my knight. What? What is happening to my brain?
We were talking right before we started that sometimes we have this fog that we cannot explain over our brains. I don't know. Please, guys, does it happen to you as well? The games, and then you don't know who played that game. Please tell us, we're not the only ones.
Yes, like, for example, you play this game, and then after it's finished, you analyze it, and you're just like, why did I play these moves? Who was thinking to play these moves? These are stupid moves. It feels like some different brain in your body. This is like, wow, this was such a brain fog / brain turn off right now. Like, what? Like, what did I just say? Like, whoa. Shocking. More coffee hopefully will help. Maybe
hydration also helps.
Maybe some hydration, maybe some food during the break. Yeah, capturing my own pieces. I swear that this doesn't happen to me. It's been a while since this happened to me, but I guess I'm doing it right now. Live in front of everybody.
Someone's with us. Say, he's capturing my own pieces. Happened.
It does happen. Okay, thankfully, please tell us if this happened to you so we feel better about our own brains right now. Wow. Okay. So I
thought there would be some checks. I was trying to find how we're gonna give a check on a4. I was trying to find your idea there, but I understand now. It's
just a brain fog. Yeah. Because I would have to go back. Yeah. He might be considering this, but the problem with this is that I have the dark colored bishop. I cannot attack d3, and that means that white
probably still uncomfortable. Yeah.
I think so. So if I go queen e2,
I guess I will castle. Will I castle short? Yeah, I think so. No?
I think so. Yeah. I don't think you really want to go long castle. Don't know why, just a feeling. But after
I was going to short castle, but then I had a second thought. What if?
What if?
Suddenly.
If this scenario happened, let me just consider it. What? Okay, I think I would start with, I don't know which rook d1. Let's say rook d1. And then you're saying what? How would you continue the attack?
Yeah.
It just, I think
the answer is yes.
Yeah, I think it's very
maybe
difficult
a5.
because,
yeah,
knight c3. I don't know.
Knight c3 maybe.
Okay,
I
was
thinking that maybe b4. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, this is an option, just sacrificing, and this looks terrible somehow. Too many open files.
It's a bit scary.
It looks scary. Yeah, it looks scary. Like, I would even go c5 here, I think. Just maybe already looking at something like this. I'm not sure. I don't know what is happening, but it looks fun. I think black
even
has
rook c1,
options.
yeah, trapping the bishop. Yeah. No. Okay, so castle short. Let's not go crazy here. Too crazy, at least.
And yeah, now I go knight c3.
I was hoping I could get some b5 in,
Mm-hmm.
but it doesn't look like I can do it.
Yeah,
No,
now I
a6.
ever whenever I can play a4 and you don't have any weak squares to jump with your knight to.
That's true. That is true. So if I play a6, you're gonna go a4.
Yeah, don't know if I'm gonna play it immediately. Maybe I'm gonna start with some maybe king h1 just to like see what you're gonna do. Or what can I do? What can I do? I could play rook d1 first to see how are you continuing. No, that's what I'm saying. Not sure how are you playing with this bishop.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. It's not like the greatest bishop in the world.
I think so. Yeah, it's even if you had white squared bishop, it would be very hard to attack this pawn, but maybe a bit easier with some f5 ideas.
Would I try to bring it to a5?
You can, yeah, you can, but I will not let you. I think capture it because my plan would be maybe to go. I don't know,
Let me
queen
go
c2,
here.
knight e2. Let me think. Or do I want to go here? I don't think so. I think I don't need to, right?
So like this, and I'm hoping that there will be no rook d2 in the future, and that's gonna help me
Ah, okay.
in some way.
I don't know. Is it going to help you? Not sure. Yeah, and now I'm already curious about move like f4.
I think probably f4 has to be tried.
Maybe no, but maybe I don't need to because then I open up this diagonal. I don't think it's a bad move, but do I need to play it? Do I need to do it? Okay, now it's easier for you to go b5.
That's what I was noticing as well. So now I want to play b5
because if I go a4, you maybe go rook b8, maybe with this one or the other one. Not sure.
I think that one, yeah.
So it does make it a bit easier for you to play, but not sure if not sure what is happening, to be honest. Still probably black is fine, yeah.
I feel like black is trying a bit, could be trying at least a bit more than white. I don't really see how white could be trying here.
No, if I manage to play f4, and if this is a good move, then maybe going to maybe I have to go for some attack here, but maybe I'm just too ambitious, you know. Not sure.
Yeah, this guy I have to take.
Yeah, knight f4.
Whenever it happens, yeah, okay.
You can go for b5 or bishop c7, but bishop c7
maybe I want
could
to
be tricky.
Yeah, maybe I want to go bishop c7.
And I think I would go
threaten
g6.
You a little bit.
Yeah, g5 is a threat because h2 would be hanging. Yeah, so maybe I would have to go g3. But my idea would now be something like this.
Looks solid. I don't want to play e5 ever. I just got rid of that pawn there.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure what this is. I'm just not sure, but I just kind of prefer the knight. I don't know.
Okay.
By the way, we have. By the way, we have long castle immediately.
Yeah, we do.
So he didn't go b6, which was the most natural move. He just long castled.
Because d3 is hanging, and what? I'm giving up c5 for d3. Okay, so I take the pawn, right? Let me see. What's going on here?
So I will take now. I think I take the knight over the bishop here. And I take on d3. I think having the knight over the bishop in this pawn structure, I think it should be easier. Because I can play whenever I want maybe some take, then I think this pawn on d4 can be very annoying.
Yeah. It can. Well, I think here I have to. Do I have to trade queens?
Hopefully, you could maybe play queen a4, right?
And when takes on a7.
You could think about it. You could think about it. It maybe works. I don't like long castle. I don't know. I just don't like it. I don't know why. It feels so weird.
I know there are some ideas. With long castles, in the Rosolimo, like Karsten was mentioning in the chat.
Yeah.
But I wasn't sure that they work here as well.
Uh, would you mind if we just check the engine after long castle? Or do you want to
Just
try to think a
yeah,
bit more?
see what the best move was here.
Yeah. For example, long castle. Okay, it's of course not the
Mm-hmm.
best move, but it's +0 1, so it's not
What was the best move?
b6.
Mm-hmm.
Also, knight d4 was not a bad move at all, because after bishop takes, queen takes, even e takes would the engine suggest, which is very
Oh, and
interesting.
keep the knight out.
Yeah, basically forcing like some b4
And you
or
get
b3.
something here, no?
Yeah, but long term, if black doesn't take some advantage of the momentum, then f4 is coming and this bishop can be very bad.
No, of course.
So
if you get to play e5, maybe on black.
strategically, you just take with a queen, and for example, after queen e2, h5. And black
So it does want some attack, no? It
Yes.
does want to attack somehow.
So black is actually better here, yeah. Knight c3, start with a6, not to allow knight b5, and suddenly white has issues with no idea.
And where does it want to castle? I'm just very curious. Castle long, eventually?
No, actually, just keeping it in the center, or maybe potentially castling short side, if I see correctly.
Really?
Yeah.
So put my pawn on h4 and then castle short.
Yeah.
Because you have maybe these ideas,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And rook h8 anyway.
Exactly.
Or you just go g6 and king here, so you don't waste so much time. And play h4. Oh, this I kind of like, yeah.
Yes, for example, rook fd1, h4, and now the engine says, I don't know, for example, h3, which is logical, not to allow h3 yourself. You have some options, so castle, what else? Bishop g5 is an option, queen d6. Let's say
Is
castle.
king f8? Yeah, okay.
King f8, you know what I think I want to play? I think I want to go f5 and open up the f file also.
Okay.
Somehow. So after something like rook b1, okay, this is very, very interesting. Queen d7. Don't know why.
I think we have more space, right? With black, a little bit more space at least.
But
and there's some slight problems with this pawn on d3.
Yes, exactly. There's some pressure, but apparently black wants to go b5 as well. So you play on both sides. You just have more space, and white cannot do anything. So that was the plan.
Yeah, you get the feeling that the pawn on d3 is something you want to attack for a very long time.
Yeah, exactly. And a long castle, I just think it makes white's life easier, because you do want to get rid of this pawn in exchange of this pawn, for example, or any pawn, because this pawn is not doing anything. It's a weakness. Okay, it defends 2 pawns, but I wouldn't say that's bad.
Basically, long term is something that white needs to defend over and over again.
Yeah.
And many times you don't want to. Sometimes you just don't want to even calculate very far what happens if I take this pawn and I give the other one.
Yes, and
if it's a weakness.
There's I can consider playing knight c5 here, but b4 apparently is also very interesting.
Yeah, of course. This is something you would want to play.
Yeah.
We were trying it before, why not here? Right?
Yeah, exactly, because...
So what's the thing I take?
Yeah, exactly. If you take, I haven't seen the engines here, so I just wonder if there's some tactics later. Okay, I take here.
You could take on a7 as well, right?
Where? Immediately? You want to take? You want to take immediately.
You can take immediately on a7. Oh, you can... This is nice afterwards.
It is nice, but after queen d3...
Queen d3? What? All my pieces are hanging? And this doesn't do anything? No, don't tell me that.
I'm sorry. I think so. I really this might be a bit too fast, but let's see. Wait, maybe
knight b6 and queen a4.
No, this is actually okay. After knight b6 and
queen
knight
a4?
a8.
Oh,
and it's a draw.
Well, that's lovely.
Yeah, that's a nice draw. Knight a8. Wow, to have knight a8 on the board. That's fun.
I would have thought something like queen a4
Yeah,
here
okay,
and
let's see. Queen
keep the attack
a4,
going if
but apparently
d1.
b3.
Ah, of course I don't get to play rook d1.
And I don't know, yes, if you get to play anything actually. Rook b1 you can play, but then bishop
Yeah, but
c5 apparently is
that's
strong.
I think slow.
Yeah.
That's slow.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Apparently this is not a strong enough attack. Now we're threatening some checkmate with queen f2.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's apparently this is very hard for white.
It looks like it. Yeah. No, this is not how I want it. Of course, b3 is a move that I missed here on queen a4.
Yeah, it's also the only move, so it's almost the only move for black to keep an advantage, so it's not exactly easy to spot.
Okay, so knight a8, we take the draw.
Yeah,
Fine.
we just take the draw. Yeah, actually, bishop a7. Okay, if this works, this could be. This could
but
be
this
fun.
is kind of forced, yeah. If pawn takes after bishop a7, is there anything else for black?
I don't think black wants to do anything else. Right?
I don't think so either.
I would, yeah. But the thing is that black doesn't need to take on b4 and open up this this diagonal, but
No.
queen d3 can be played immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case,
we take on d3 and on c5, I would say.
I would say so as well, and then white has an option to take with the bishop or with the knight, yeah?
Yes.
I don't know which is better, but it seems like white's structure is not so bad, right?
No. I got rid of the pawn on d3. Okay, black has the file, but is it that bad? I don't think it's that bad because we have knight b2 if we need to. So if we ever need to bring the rook, this is probably our option.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we take with the bishop?
Yeah, let's think. Takes, and you know what I wonder? Rook d4. And after...
And b6 is a threat.
Yeah, after rook c1, b6... And somehow I'm scared for my pawns.
Yes, you should be.
I should be, yeah. So this is something definitely to check, to calculate. Don't know. Let's see. I will just check with the engine here. The only move is knight c5 actually for white to be okay.
We don't take the queen.
No, because if now this forces the queen trade, we're already on the d file, and before we weren't.
And okay, you know I want pawns, no? That's how you win game. You win a pawn and then
take on c4.
you get a pawn, then you get another pawn, maybe, or maybe that pawn just becomes a queen. So when you can get a pawn, why not? So what happens?
So brave. Okay, so apparently, I'm gonna be honest, I peeked at the engine. Here, of course, the logical move...
Queen a4, no?
Would be the logical move, but actually the move is queen f3.
What are you doing that way? My king's on c8.
Exactly. It looks so completely weird, but the thing is that you're forced to defend f7, otherwise I think your pawn structure is just too weak, and then my rook is coming to c1. And b5 is being played exactly.
I see.
And I
see.
think this you are in a bit of a struggle here.
Just a little bit. Oh, a little bit.
Yeah, just slightly problems. So yeah, you do not want to not exchange the queens, I think.
Okay, okay, you convinced me. I have to take the queen.
Or bishop
Someone
c5.
is asking us if we stream often. We will be here every day until the end of the tournament.
Exactly.
So that is until day 30, 30th of June.
Exactly. So the tournament has 9 rounds, and this is round 3. So after this one, 6 more. So hopefully you will be here with us asking some questions and maybe giving us some positive feedback. Also, we accept constructive criticism.
Of course. There's always room for improvement.
Yeah, and this is also official Lichess channel, and everybody is welcome to of course join, to comment, to give some insights, and also to play on this free platform that is made for everybody and has no ads. Has no ads.
Well, that's a
So
good point.
so
It
I
has
think it's
actually
always
a
nice.
lot of a lot of good features
Yes, amazing.
besides playing.
I think for both of us, it's our favorite site to play and to. For me, also for puzzles. Also, we use it with our chess club for training analysis and sharing
Hmm.
files. You can do everything. So,
We are also using it with the academy
mhm.
for simuls and other
Also, yes,
events that we have.
Simos.
Yes,
Exactly. It's also very nice. I already forgot that this is an option. Yes, simultaneous exhibitions as well.
and we actually one of the things that I haven't seen in other platforms now, joke aside, is the thing that you can actually play from a given position, which it makes for a very good
Hmm.
training sometimes. You
Yeah.
can set up your own position and play even a simul or games against other people. I use that pretty often
Yeah, yeah,
for training.
absolutely. That's actually a very good point, especially online. It's very nice. Yeah, my brain is not braining. I wanted to say something, and it just went just through my brain. I wanted to say, yeah. Also, you don't need to only play chess. You can play King of the Hill or Horde or something like this. These are also one of my
I have
favorite
to
ways to
admit that I
relax.
have never played that. I have to admit, I have a confession to make.
Oh my god! So this is how I play when you play chess too much. This is my way to release the stress. So I recommend it, like King of the Hill, for example. It's just fun. Just put the king in the center and you win, completely
Uh-huh.
against the rules. And this is exactly why I like it.
Well, we had a game like that yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah,
We had a king on f7
we did.
with all open files.
Yeah, exactly. And also this endgame between Lee, the king was, I think, here going to c4.
Ah, yes, we were checking, we were looking for a mate, and it was just trade queens and
Exactly.
trade rooks.
So
So
if he played the king of the hill, he would have won. Just
he was
as
playing the wrong
simple.
game. He made a draw.
Mm-hmm. He probably confused it. Plays too much on Lichess. No, but absolutely. So yeah, of course, so many good features, not only to train but also to relax and have some fun.
So what do we have? The current position is after long castle still,
I
yes?
think
White is
so. Just a
sorry,
second.
sorry.
Let me
Yeah,
see.
I
Yeah,
was
long castle. Yeah.
long castle. Okay, so let's see what White will come up with. I expect him to take on c5. That's what we
I
and
think
before we
so.
were looking, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think.
Before was really strong.
Yeah, actually, it is a strong move if you realize that black cannot take, and then you have more options to take on c5 with the bishop or with the knight. Um, but taking on c5 just seems so natural to me that.
I don't know Amilal's style. If he was an aggressive player, I think b4 would be the first thing that he'd think about.
Yeah, I don't know either, but I guess we will wait and we will see what to do. But I have to say, I am not exactly happy what Aditya is doing with black pieces. I think he could have handled this position differently.
Yeah,
More
keep the
slow,
pressure longer.
more
Yeah, yeah.
pressure. Yes, play slower. Not by on the clock, but slower in the position. Defend the pieces, put them on better squares. Um, think about h5. Think about, I don't know, f5 potentially. Just maybe slower game than that.
Hmm.
But okay, yeah,
I think he might be an aggressive player if he went long castle.
maybe, yeah, that's a good point. Maybe he just wants drama. Waiting for drama.
What is going on board 8?
Yes.
We have Nogerbek, very strong player.
Against very
With
strong
white.
youngster with black pieces, Kuru Atilla. He's a potential grandmaster from Turkey. Turkey doing amazingly in chess, by the way. Last few
Yes.
years there's been explosion of these youngsters, and I am a bit afraid of them. I actually played with one in the Ljubljana Open, lost with black pieces in the last round. Just doing amazingly in Turkish Chess Federation. So
They are investing a lot and they know what they're doing, it seems.
seems, yeah,
They have to share their secrets.
Yes, we should ask them what are they putting in their drinks, yeah. And yeah, so we have another d4, knight f6.
And now we have an Imzo.
And
No?
now this is
Still a queen's
I
gambit
know it
in the
is
end.
still a queen's gambit. We were hoping for some nimso because your husband wrote a book on it.
But
so...
actually, I have to say that here, no,
Yeah.
knight f3 doesn't allow the nimso. So what do you do?
Yeah, okay, you would have to go into, is it called Bogo Indian, with bishop b4 if you wanted to
Or
play.
play d5, as my husband suggests in his book.
Okay, so he does suggest d5. I agree. I think it's the best as well. It's the most solid, just simple. If it's good, don't break it, don't fix it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. There we go.
Right. The thing, I most of the times actually he goes in positions of with the queen's gambit, except the takes c4 here.
Really?
Because the knight's already on c3, so
Yeah.
that's a good point.
Yeah. Okay. This is there's some theory here. So I don't play this myself with black. I usually love my center to be intact. It's easier to keep my nerves and have less calculation. While you have to know this position if you decide to take this take c4.
Yeah, it's I don't know if it's necessarily very move by move, I would say. There are some lines, indeed.
Like, I think after e4, bishop b4, I think there's some pawn sacrifices here, right?
Yes.
I play this with white.
This exists, yeah.
And I think this can be very scary for black pieces if they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, there is this. That's true. But he does not go into this.
No.
I think that here,
yeah,
if I remember correctly, b5 is the suggestion, and then these ideas.
Yes, yes, this, and now taking on b5.
And knight b6, I think, is the move on knight b5.
Yes. I play this as well, and this is more solid for black. I agree. I absolutely agree. But yeah, again, you have to know these lines.
So I think this is a line that you kind of have to know.
Yeah, you do have to know it with white and with black. I think I played this with white, and I tried to follow Carlsen's game. I think he played something like a3 here. It's been, I think, 2 years or 3 years since I played that game, but I did lose it at the end with white pieces because I couldn't play like Carlsen, so it was tough, you know. Very tough. But okay, let's go to knight bd7. This is one of the main moves these days because it keeps black options for black with either bishop b4, bishop e7, or even bishop d6 in some lines.
Right, and the pawn on a6, no?
Yeah, or yes, in also pawn on a6.
And the bishop on d6, that's what I meant. Yeah.
And also then h6, yeah, this is kind of typical setup these days, given by Stockfish. Ideas, when I first played against it, I was like, how can black play like this? It's completely against all the rules, but somehow it works, yeah.
I played this recently, and my opponent must have thought the same.
Yeah.
She was like, what is she doing?
Yeah, like, does she know how to play chess? You know, just like, what? How did she get her title? This is exactly what I was thinking when I played against an international master from Poland, a girl as well. And I was like, either this is extremely good prep or I don't know, or what is happening in her head, you know, or maybe it's just one of these days where there's brain fog. But it's actually
it's a good point, because what you want, it's here, no? That h6 exists.
Yeah,
is here.
Yeah.
Because you want to see what white wants to do.
Yes.
So if you play your knight, or if you play c6, you are already going to something, and you don't know what kind of setup white wants. But here, white already has to decide: are you going to take on d5? Are you going to play bishop f4? Are you going to play g3? You're going to play e3, and then I know exactly what you want to do. And h6 might be useful in a lot of lines.
Yes. It actually turns out to be extremely useful at the end, so it's not a stupid line at all.
No, it's a modern line, so yeah. Be prepared to face it.
Yeah, exactly. If you see this on the board, don't be surprised. It's actually not an amateur move. It's actually well thought move at the end. But okay, let's go to knight bd7. And after e takes bishop f4, c6 basically forced. Forced. You do not want to allow any knight b5 to happen. And you also protect the d5. And now we have this kind of almost
h3. Okay.
h3. It's a logical move because after e3, I guess knight h5 is something you do not want to let it happen. I guess.
Okay.
I think
maybe.
Something h3 is also very common in general to leave this space for the bishop. And now it's a bit awkward for black pieces because if I were black, I would love to exchange these bishops. But now that the knight is on d7, I cannot do it. So black going knight e4 immediately, I have to be honest, I haven't seen this before, I think.
Usually bishop e7, castles, and then that's like the common plan, right?
Yeah, exactly. Bishop e7 was also the most common move, but knight e4, I think very good prep by Kuru with black pieces. Let's see what he has in his pocket. Queen c2.
Here he's showing us some of the Turkish secrets.
Yeah, like
we're here to learn.
Exactly. If this works, you know, I'm putting it into my repertoire. Rook c1. Okay, so bishop b4 pinning. That's always annoying for white. And queen a5. Okay, just continuing the pin. Yeah. He's being very aggressive. Going a3 wouldn't work because, well, I think that you're losing a pawn.
Yeah.
On a3. So that's why knight d2.
Safe to take.
Yes. Knight d2. Avoiding the pin and knight f6. This looks very aggressive, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Looks like black is putting a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it looks like...
Wait. And next move is g4.
Whoa.
I just saw.
Whoa, okay. Whoa.
Oh, look, and the only game that has been played here is a game between two Romanians.
Ah, really? And what was played? c5 was played here. Wow, okay. But not in this game. c5 was played in the game between these two Romanians, maybe in the championship or the league.
Most likely,
but
yeah.
Bishop takes c3 by Kuro Attila. However, he was already out of the prep here. Look at this time difference. So 1 hour, 30 minutes before, and here he spent almost 20 minutes for bishop takes c3. I am curious by the engine if c5 is the best move. Actually, the best move by the engine is knight takes d2.
Knight takes d2. Okay.
Wow, and after bishop takes d2, you do not want to take with the queen because of knight e4, I would assume. And after bishop takes d2, oh my god, you will not guess the best move.
h5?
No.
No, h5 makes sense. So I guess the move doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Knight e4 loses material, so I'm not gonna.
Okay, while you think, I would just like to shout out, thank you Timel for the raid of 21. Everybody is welcome to join us in this commentary of Aktobe Open. This is round 3 and we're following many exciting games. So hello everybody.
Hi, welcome guys. What are we thinking here? Laura has given us a challenge. She says that the next move, she has already seen the best move here.
Yeah.
We are not using an engine generally, but here we were just very curious about this g4 move that happened. So Laura is showing me how the engine wants to play, and here apparently there's a very surprising move. What should black play?
Yes.
I guess h5 that I suggested is too logical, so it's not gonna be it. Castles is also logical, it's not gonna be it.
Yeah.
c5? No.
Okay,
nah,
you will never
c5.
guess it. I mean, chat, I give you maybe 10 more seconds to guess it. This is insane. h5, I think
I'm not gonna sacrifice on g4, no?
No, okay, that would be very crazy. That would be, I would agree. I think problem with h5 would be g5 because you cannot jump to e4.
Yes.
And that would be a bit annoying.
Yes.
So the best move here in the position is actually
g5?
Queen d8.
Ah, okay. Queen d8. Wait, queen d8?
I don't know why.
Because a3 was a threat?
I mean, I guess so. I guess this is the only reason. Going for a castle,
a3 has to be.
a3, yeah, I guess a3 would work. And after bishop e7, apparently e3.
I don't have a jump.
You don't have any jumps. No, you don't have any jumps, but the queen would have to move eventually. So.
So if you have to move it anyway.
Yeah, so you have
just
to move
play the move you have to play.
Exactly. And in this case, maybe you do not have to go to e7, but you can also consider taking or maybe going to d6. Which before you couldn't do because of some jumps.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So some small nuances, but very tough ones for sure. But what was played was bishop takes c3. Let me turn off the engine. But after b takes c3, knight d2, queen d2. Okay, not putting the bishop there, but the queen, because Now knight e4, it's not really an important move. And h5 now.
Oh, and on g5, he went to h7.
Yeah, very interesting. Didn't want to jump to e4, I would assume, because then this knight is actually trapped after f3. So that looks a bit annoying. If you have to go to h7, I wouldn't say that this is the best play Black could have out of the opening.
No, and I was thinking that maybe I don't dislike white so much anymore.
I agree, especially because some queen e3, bishop e6. There are more and more pins on the board, and white keeps
Queen
attacking.
e5.
White keeps attacking, and after knight f8, so just giving up this pawn. Let's see, did black have any option? Could I have went rook g8?
But maybe that's... I think
Runs into
g6 is a problem.
And after knight f8?
Maybe I take on f7 and take on h5.
Oh yeah, okay. Looks simple enough to be better for sure. After g6 you can go here, you can go back, and this looks like it's
maybe
deadly.
back to e5, yeah.
Looks deadly, so that's why knight f8 immediately to stop
covers g6. Defending
and
the
yes,
bishop.
now we take.
Rook h7 looks only move. Knight g6.
Wait,
sorry,
knight g6
yeah.
also.
Yes, of course.
This looks logical. I guess he didn't play.
No, but maybe the rook on h7 is bad, no?
Yeah, I think so, because then some bishop d6 can come and this rook will be trapped here forever.
No, yeah, knight g6, I like it.
So
more.
knight g6 better, also stopping any g6 later.
And there was a pawn hanging on a2, which I forgot about.
Yeah. But why did we have to go queen f6? Couldn't we have played something else? Maybe. Oh, the bishop is hanging.
But the rook on h8 is hanging as well, so...
The rook h8 is hanging, so correct. Okay, so maybe he went queen f6 not to allow the long castle.
Yeah, that could be a reason.
This is though a very hard position. If you give me 1 minute, I will evaluate it completely wrongly. So, I mean, I could consider going e3 and with the threat of bishop d3. But after long castle,
maybe.
After
like
long castle, I guess this is not so simple as it seems for white pieces. Even though I have a bishop pair, it's hard to attack the king.
There are a lot of weaknesses. f3. I'm looking at knight h4 ideas.
Yeah,
that could happen, like queen a2 and knight h4 and resign.
Okay. I mean,
give me 3 moves. And
three
I'm
moves
gonna.
and you beat me. Yeah, that's true. Actually,
Yes.
literally 3 moves and there's checkmate. Yes.
I found it. I solved chess.
So simple, just 3 moves. 3 moves a person, and it's enough. But okay, queen f6 to stop long castle, allowing queen a2, and h4.
They are both playing very fast. I'm surprised that
Yeah.
Noggerbeck has... okay, he thought here for a while.
He did think here, because here the logical move would be either bishop g2, I would assume, or e3.
I'm sorry, Laura. Have they played logical moves until now? What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's true. We should keep it in trend. H4, yeah. No, H4 is logically want to go bishop A3, actually.
Okay.
Actually, this looks like a very healthy move, because this bishop kind of protects the king, and once you maybe exchange it, this is a very, very huge threat.
Yes.
And that's why queen A3 is on the board, looking
So
to
wise.
exchange the queens.
Queen e7.
Yes.
But
not
bishop
only-
h3, yeah.
But bishop h3 still happened, and queen e7, bishop e5. Wow, okay. This is a...
Threatening to take on e7. So that's why now he goes rook g8.
Mhm.
Because then the rook here would be hanging.
Mhm.
So now we take.
Absolutely. And now this bishop comes to f6, and the question is it this a good bishop, or is it a stupid bishop?
It's in front of the pawns, theoretically.
Yeah,
Theoretically, it's fine.
theoretically it's fine, but in practice, like, it's stopped
It's
by
not doing
white's
anything.
pawns to be active completely.
It's not attacking anything, basically.
And look
no?
at this pawn, by the way.
Yes,
Like,
I
this
am
bishop
looking at
cannot
that
stop
pawn.
it. This bishop
I
cannot
am
stop
looking
it.
at that pawn. I'm very scared.
I would be very afraid. So after king d7, why
Yeah.
decided to play bishop g2?
I assume that he wouldn't want to trade anymore.
Yeah, you want to keep the bishop pair, but after bishop g4, okay, he didn't go for a5, I would assume because of e4, or what this want to play.
I think he wants to open up the center.
But knight f4 is a huge threat, because you threaten this and you threaten this.
So not e4 immediately. But what? Do you want to play king d2 maybe?
Okay, let's say king d2 and I go, I don't know, a4. Maybe bishop f3 was something that he was afraid of. And he's claiming that, okay, you can push this, but
it's not going any further.
This is the maximum you can do. So maybe bishop f3 was a threat.
Even instead of king d2, and you can play king d2 anytime you want.
Yes, and then once I take this pawn, then we have then this pawn is much faster than this one.
And you have the bishop on f6 supporting it.
Exactly. And this is exactly why he went bishop g4. Logical. Okay, this is logical. We figured out.
Logical, yes.
So they did play a logical move, and f3 on the board.
Okay, bishop 2, e6,
here,
I guess.
You have two options, either knight f4, bishop e6, or bishop f5. Three options, actually, yeah.
I thought that bishop f5 wasn't a good option because of e4, but then, yeah, knight f4 still exists in that position.
But I would agree that if I can play bishop e6, I would go for it. I wouldn't care about even thinking for playing bishop f5 because it doesn't do anything.
And I think knight f4 might not work if I'm seeing this, if I'm not hallucinating things here, because takes here. And
then I would go back, yeah? Right?
Yeah, but I can attack the knight, I thought. Can I attack the knight?
Oh, you want to go bishop e5?
You want to go king f3.
King f3. Okay, king f3. Okay. I'm trying to see if I have something that is tricky in the position, but somehow it doesn't look like it, right?
I hope so. I hope there's nothing.
I think you're correct. I think going knight f4 is not objectively good at all, because why would we give up this bishop for this one? I think we should keep this bishop locked in as long as possible. So I think he's considering this or this. I don't think there are any other options.
Okay, let's see if bishop f5 works. What do you think?
Yeah, let's think about it, because maybe his idea is if this pawn came to this square, I could play bishop b1.
And maybe with a rook here you have...
That's a long way to go.
Yeah.
Okay, let's think about it.
Okay, so the question was e4, but I think we might have a simple answer to that.
Which is knight f4, right?
Either knight...
Okay, or rook d8, yeah? Or
rook e8 first.
But after move like, I don't know, king d2, we just take everything. Okay, that just...
Maybe we can get the pawn.
That just works.
And if e5, maybe now in knight f4? Maybe like this?
Yeah, I don't think you... Yeah, I think knight f4 now, yeah.
And this is a nice pawn. Nice tall pawn for now.
Yeah, so weak bishop defends strong pawns, yeah?
That's... Yeah,
almost works.
Maybe not what the saying was referring to.
Almost works. I mean, this bishop is a pawn. Exactly, this bishop is a pawn.
I mean, these pawns are already protected. We don't need a bishop.
yeah, absolutely. But potentially, But yeah,
he went bishop f5. Look at that.
Yeah, e4 is not a threat. If I were black, I would consider king d2 now. Maybe going from, maybe preparing e4 and stopping knight d3 ideas.
Yeah.
Okay.
King d2? Yeah, king d2.
I wonder, who do you think is better here? I haven't checked the evaluation. What do we think it is?
I think I like black at this point. A little bit better.
I also think, but how much? Would you say it could be already -1, or is that
no? I don't think it gets to -1. I think 0, maybe 6, 5, 6.
0, 5, 0, 6. I don't see a play for white, so I would say it's even more.
So that might be even more.
Okay, it's time to check. White is better actually.
No, why? How? Wait.
I know, that's crazy. Bishop
Okay, we have the
e6 was
bishops, but
actually clearly a
better?
better move.
Really?
The reason is king f2.
Okay, I thought that king f2, but I don't see how white gets the pieces out. C4. He gets the pieces out with c4?
Yeah, let's say you go rook e8 to be prepared
Yes.
for e4. c4 is actually a very strong move. How do you play against it, right?
Knight f4?
Okay, knight f4 and bishop f1. I don't even want to exchange it anymore. Or if I ever wanted to, even.
It's funny how this happens, right? You just kind of regroup, play bishop f1, and I'm guessing that you're gonna play e3. Maybe rook c3 first and e3.
Exactly. And
And you're slowly pushing the pieces back.
Absolutely. And this is just good for white, but king f2 was not on the board, but it's king d2, which I thought that also is better.
Because you're not on the knight d3 check with the double attack.
Yeah,
huh?
it's much logical. Yeah, it's much more logical because of this knight f4 threat. However, let's see what is the difference. After king f2, apparently b5 is not working because of e4. But in case of king d2, b5 is the best move because on e4, bishop e6. Now the king here apparently is worse than here. If you could explain to me
Deep thing.
why,
Things.
what's the difference? Why is the king on f2 much better than on d2? Whew.
Could it be something in the center, but I don't see how.
Okay, let's put the king on f2 and the engine will tell us, because I do not see it, to be honest. It's very difficult. After e4, bishop e6. Apparently king g3 is very strong.
So you get to push all your pawns. You get to play
Yeah, for example, a5,
f4.
right?
Now
I
you
go
go
f4.
f4.
Yeah, and this is apparently extremely strong, forcing you to open the position because this is a fork.
But still, bishop takes forces. I mean, threatens f5.
Yeah,
How does black stop it? 97. No, 97.
Apparently bishop
I can
g4,
take.
yeah. And now d5.
f5?
Wait,
Oh,
well, you want to go f5. Okay, f5. Rook e8 is here. Here is something you have to
the
look
in-between move. Yes.
Yes.
That's nice.
But d5 apparently very strong move. Again, opening more files, and this bishop pair is just thriving. Even though these two pawns look very tricky, these two bishops
No, I think
deadly.
at this point, the two pawns are not so scary anymore. The king on d7 is scarier.
Yeah. So this is the difference between king d2 and queen f2, which is I don't know if I would be able to figure that out in a game, because this looks so natural. Looks so natural, but this is now equal after b5.
Completely equal, because you don't get to play e4 and f4.
I mean, even if I go, what if I go king e3 though?
Yeah.
Again, the threat is the same. What's the difference now?
Something with the king on e3, so I'm assuming
probably
something like rook e8.
Right?
Yeah.
And this is just like, you cannot play
Take
f4.
on e4, no?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, wow, what a nuance. And on board 10 we already have a draw. There's supposed to be no draw till move 30, so this game must have ended exactly on move 30. And
a rich move 30.
Let's see just quickly what happened. There was the French defense, finally, not the Sicilian, not e5. We have the French defense, yes, and let's see which line they played. Oh, okay, knight d7 and knight f6. Just gonna briefly go through it. It's not really they're just prepared for this opening, so I just want to see.
Let's see their preparation.
Yeah, let's just see this prep. Ooh, long castle. This was a potentially a very wild game, but apparently it slowed down. Just going. Okay, so this bishop seems to be very strong, and white just decided to exchange it, which apparently was not a great move. Apparently bishop e5 had very, very good advantage for white pieces, but okay, some exchanges happened, and even though this looks very awkward for black, this looks terrible for black, it's equal.
Yes, of course.
Because of course long castle. Of course long castle, and I guess some exchanges were made very, very briefly, and yeah, this is just now a drawn endgame, so draw agreed after 30 moves. Yeah.
We never learned what happened yesterday in the game that ended in 27,
That's
28
true.
moves.
Let me check the chess results if there was some 0-0s, but I think they just allowed the draw to happen, which is not exactly fair, especially because you have a rule that it says you cannot draw till move 30. Except if there's a repetition.
On the other hand, you cannot give a penalty right away to the players. I think what you have to do is make them play out.
Yeah.
And if it's only 2 moves, they will play out the 2 moves and still agree to a draw.
True. But okay, maybe they did, and maybe we didn't see. Maybe they played it out and we didn't see it, though.
Yeah.
Because the result was already on the board. Okay, just quickly before we go on our first break, check board 9. Not gonna stop too long at the opening because we've seen this before in the first 2 rounds, the Najdorf with bishop b5, and okay, this is again very common.
The Moscow, right? We just saw it.
Oh, we did see it today.
We just saw it today. Yeah.
We did see it today.
We were saying it today.
Exactly. And both players, as you can see, very well prepared in the opening, still in the opening theory. Knight a6, though, a novelty, if I see correctly. Usually knight c6 is played, at least in the Lichess database. Maybe in the mega database
goes to... Yeah, no, I'm just thinking different. That maybe the knight wants to go to c5, and that's why...
Yeah, it's logical move. I wouldn't say it's wrong. And now we have this kind of Maroczy structure, right?
Yeah, we have, this is what white is trying to get. We have a Maroczy structure from, sort of an accelerated dragon without the bishop on d3, which is white's worst piece. And many times, actually, in the Maroczy, in the classical Maroczy lines where there's a bishop on d3 or on e2, Black's main plan is to trade the dark squared bishops and play an endgame where the knight is better than the bishop. So you want to have a blockade on dark squares, the knight will stay on c5. And if you trade the rest of the minor pieces, you can play e5. And this is a plan that, the winning strategical plan. And it's quite nice to play those positions. So here, white is basically is claiming that he has a better... version of this Maroczy structure. You don't have the light square bishop, so you have the space, and maybe you can press a little bit better here.
Okay, so fair. Yeah, now that this piece is exchanged, it might be slightly harder for black to have any advantage. So let's see what black will do after queen e8, already slightly passive, but making space for the knight, I assume. And also to unpin the queen in case of some e5.
yeah, that's one idea.
Yeah, and before aggressive move, keeping more space on the queen side, and knight d5. Let's see.
But also stopping this knight from going to c5, because what you are saying is that when the knight goes to c6, that's classical, right?
Yeah.
And it's actually this knight that goes to c5. So one knight stays on c6 and one goes on c5. So maybe here, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with my knights. What am I going to do with my knights, Laura?
This is a very, very good question, because you kind of wish there was a pawn on a5 to do something for this structure. And you just want to provoke b5, if that's possible. I really want my knight on c5, but you're right. I think we have to attack the c4 to somehow... But even this pawn is defended very well. So
yeah, the knight's on e3 here.
Yeah, knight on e3, and also this knight very perfectly covering this square. So I wonder how black will continue.
Well, rook c8, yeah, to
Yeah.
try and play knight e5 anyway.
And bishop b2, exchanging this bishop to make weak squares, which is always good. Bishop
So
b2, rook
this is
b2.
what I was trying to say before, that now white can trade this bishop and he doesn't have the bad bishop to worry about. You sometimes have these plans with h4, h5, which are very interesting, and you can start an attack on the king side. I think probably easier.
Exactly. I think so far I like white's position. It just looks perfect. Everything's attacking this pawn, protecting these squares. These are weak squares for black. The knight, oopsie, look, coming here if there's an option. Even here, wow, look at these two knights. If that would happen, that would be lovely.
If that would happen, okay, in black's defense, I have to say that black wants to play for d5, okay? So black is not totally not doing anything.
No,
and knight e5 is also there. He's trying to open up the rook. Of course, white's position is easier to play.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
It's not lost for anybody. It's not worse for black. It's just harder.
Maybe slightly.
Of the
Usually
space.
white is slightly better always in these positions, but...
Okay. And after queen e7...
Black has to do something as well.
Yeah, let's see actually what black tried to do, because after queen e7, rook d1, we are already attacking the d6 and knight e5 finally on the board.
Okay.
Basically saying, okay, these two pawns are going to be strong enough to hold me together, which I believe that, because this knight cannot move not here, not here.
We had something like this in another game.
Yeah, similar pawn structure, exactly.
The double pawns on the e-file.
So queen e2 was played instead.
And look at that, the next move.
So knight should return.
Maybe the knight should have gone to c6.
Maybe, but maybe, I don't know if this is so bad for black, but this knight here, it's... Okay, you're just admitting that, okay, I'm not doing anything here with this knight.
Of course.
I have to reroute to some other square. And let's see what he's going to do. So knight f3, knight c6. Finally came to c6.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if, okay, white allowed sub trades here. Was it possible to not allow all these trades? For example, if the knight goes to c6, it will replace the knight on e5. So can I do something that keeps my knight on f3? For example, could I go something like knight d2 and try to play f4, which is also an idea. But I'm guessing that maybe black is already in time to do something like that, right?
And in case of queen f1, I guess you're going to c6 with the other knight?
c6 or d7? Which one am I going to? I had a question here. Maybe I go to d7 because on c6, b5?
Yeah, this is something that I was worried about, but maybe I'm not worried for b5 because I have knight a5.
Ah.
Maybe.
That's also true. So here, b5, here. And then you play b6 and you got the c5 square.
Yes, this is what I'm hoping for.
That is true, yeah.
I don't know if it's good, but...
It looks good, for sure.
Well, after knight b1, I'm not sure where you go with
e5?
this knight.
I want e5. I don't want to go anywhere. Oh, it works. It does work, no?
I don't know what happens after knight d5, though.
Yes.
That's what worries me, because this
queen is 6.
Yeah.
Yes, that's square. Yes, that's square.
Yes, and now...
So maybe rook f2?
Now I want to play f5.
Okay.
In case
there's an idea.
In case you do this, I just take the knight and I win the game with a piece up, which would be a very nice way to win.
It would.
So you cannot do this. I think you have to... No, actually, I think...
But I don't have a move.
You don't have a move, so you have to take. And here maybe...
Queen h6.
Maybe queen h6, but even this probably loses, right?
Yes, that loses.
So f5
okay,
is
so
deadly.
I don't have e5.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have e5, and that's what worries me. So maybe you are right that allowing b5 is...
But my point was... Okay, so with the knight on d7, actually, I will have f6 protected. So let's do that. Let's put the knight on d7. And then e5 is possible.
Yes, exactly. So maybe you're right that going to d7 was more accurate way of playing. Definitely.
We tried... What did you try here? You tried knight b1.
Yeah.
Yes.
How are you playing now?
Just curious if now this works.
I think it should. Here you can maybe play. You could probably play Queen E8 or Queen
Because on Queen
H4.
E6, nothing changes.
Yeah, I still go F5 and I still manage to swindle you. I think you should go Queen E8 though, but I still play F5. I think.
Yes, you still play F5. I'm not sure
And
that
it
this
can be
is
very
so
tricky.
great.
Yeah, I think I think this is again much harder to play for you. I would dare to say I'm very happy with white pieces.
It's annoying that I don't get to consolidate like I normally would with F6, and I don't get to consolidate my dark squares. I would maybe play. Oh, I don't have King G7 because it's F6. I don't have F6 because I'm just gonna lose the pawn.
Correct.
Okay. So this is all not so easy to play, yeah?
Yeah, I would dare to say not so easy to play. So let's just check the engine. So after 92, what was
or was 92 even a good move?
Let's see. Knight d4 might have been better apparently.
Okay.
And after knight c6, I think you just take knight c6. This is what engine would prefer. But rook d2 was also a good move. But knight d2, knight e. Wait, just a second. Engine is thinking.
It doesn't really know what to do with this position either.
Oh whoa! No, actually, like I just almost every move you play. Knight bd7 is good. Knight a6 is good, and g5.
Ah, yes, I forgot about this idea. Yes.
I don't want to play g5 though.
No, you do want to play g5, and you're gonna love it because you play knight g6, and sometimes you even play king g7, h5, h4. I totally forgot about this idea. Yes.
Okay, this.
And you put a pawn on f6. This is how you play it, and you attack on dark squares.
So g5. Okay. So also so maybe that's why he wants to exchange a pair of knights. I guess. And yeah, this is absolutely normal. And after knight c6, white is doing.
Is it about equal?
It's plus 0.5, so white is comfortable.
I was thinking I would have thought that black is also okay here. It doesn't look like there are that many problems to solve.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this is this typical Maroczy structure, Maroczy bind, with less pieces now, but still, like, there are some nuances here that both players need to look out for. So yeah, I think we deserve our first break.
Our first break, yes.
I think we deserve it.
You wanted a coffee refill, so let's get you that.
Yeah, I need some water, I need some coffee, and maybe my hallucinations will stop at some point, you know? We will see. Keep tuned, stay here to see if my brain will improve till the end of the day.
That was a perfect ad for this. That was very nice.
So stay here. See you in a few minutes. welcome back from the break. In round 3 of Aktobe Open, we have so many interesting games during the break. We checked some Raluca, what is happening on some positions, but let's start with board 1. What is this pawn structure? It's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, I don't know how this happened, really. So I think we should probably see. I don't remember where we left it. It was on
check.
c4. We didn't know if white was going to play c4 or not, right? Because this was the Petroff.
Oh, yeah.
Here is where we left it.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
long time ago. So let's very quickly see what why I decided to play here. Don't need to go into details.
So it was knight d2, not c4, as we were expecting.
More modern one, yeah. And going for
defend
c3.
the pawn.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And this bishop's going to g5, g6, sorry, most likely. There it's g3. Wait a second, g3?
Yeah, why would you go for g3? Maybe bishop f1, bishop g... No, you don't want that, right? Okay, let's see. Let's see exactly what he had in mind.
Is it because queen f6? No, but queen f6, I guess you can defend.
King g2 maybe was the plan.
Yeah,
to keep the bishop on d3 so you don't have to reroute it somewhere. Okay, interesting.
And here
yeah, but now f takes g6 and opening the f file. Well, okay, this is developing.
No, this kind of makes sense, no? From black, if white played g3.
Absolutely.
So knight e5. How will you defend the pawn, Laura? How would you defend the h3 pawn? Chat, how would you guys defend the h3 pawn? Would anyone?
I would go king g2, no thinking. Okay, queen g4 also. Queen g4 is something to consider.
But would anyone defend it with g4? I want to know.
G4. Why would you go g4? Wow.
Okay, so maybe f4 and get a lot of space, or
that's very ambitious. I like it. Wouldn't think of it, but I like it.
Maybe because h5 is not a move that you want to play here.
Yeah, g6 is also hanging, so I would understand it, but still, like, weakening your king so much. If you want to go f4, why don't you go king g2 and f4, you know? So, okay,
Let's see his plan,
G4.
yeah?
Let's see it, yeah.
Bishop e7.
Wait, so he didn't go bishop c5?
No, that's what I'm wondering. Bishop e3?
He just said, okay, bishop e3 and I lose a pawn on d5. You cannot protect it.
Right, you take with d5 with check in between.
Okay, makes sense. But
so this is
ugly.
what we were trying to figure out. Bishop e3, bishop takes e3, there's queen d5 here.
Intermezzo, yes.
And then rook e3. No, life's good. Life's perfect.
Life is perfect, yes. I would love to have this position, but if you have to go bishop e7, I'm just... Okay, let's see. f4?
Of course, yeah.
Queen e6, and this looks great for white, at least for right now.
At first sight, it looks... So this b3 is meant against d4, is it? What, do you want to play c4 if d4?
Yeah, you don't want to open up the d file for sure, because then it gives black too much counterplay. Oh, b5, okay.
To stop c4, I guess, yeah?
Yes, exactly.
And now d4.
Now d4. So now you're forced to open the file, and apparently this is not so simple.
No, I don't think it is, no. It doesn't look simple at all.
Yeah, no, for sure, yeah.
Because you don't have f5 so easily. It might open up too much if you play f5 with white.
Yes, exactly. My king is very open. And even if I go f5, let's say you take and move the queen, I don't know, to b6, or maybe not exactly to b6, but maybe, let's say, for example, just c8, it's very hard for me to continue, I think, with white.
But perhaps he wants to switch to the g file. Well, if the g file gets open, rook g2 or something like that.
Okay, so... Yeah, okay.
Queen d7.
So to be prepared, yeah. I like this move. It attacks, of course, the bishop. It threatens bishop, rook d3, and you're prepared on f5. This queen is not attacked, so...
So, for example, let us show you how we could blunder here.
Okay.
Bishop e3, yes?
Okay.
And rook d3 and rook e3, and then there's bishop c5.
And it's a resignation time. Absolutely.
So not bishop c3. Okay. Bishop e3 and bishop c1. No, bishop e3 makes sense, but I don't really like the pin on bishop d3, rook d3.
Is it that bad? Like if I go queen e4 or something? I guess
maybe not.
Now I want to play f5, and now this looks nice. I wonder if queen d5 is if you want to exchange the queens, but I don't think so. I think these pawns are too strong, in my opinion. I think this is much harder than to play for a draw with black pieces.
Yeah, maybe you want maybe black wants to keep the queens because the white king is a bit open.
Yeah, but how do I continue? It's a question, because I am really not sure. What exactly should I do? I'm somehow wanting to sacrifice on e3 and play bishop c5, but so far I cannot make it work. So far, if I go something like rook d8, it doesn't do much. I think I just go f5.
Maybe it's time for black to roll and go c5.
Go c5. Okay, I go f5.
Probably I need to take once. Do I need to take once?
Maybe you don't need to. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you don't need to. But what do you do? Like, even if you don't take, what do you do? Is the question. To be or not to be.
Is it queen d5 now? Maybe a move?
Something that came to my mind as well, but let's see. Queen d5, let's say I go into this endgame, and let's say, what can I do? Where do I go? Do I go to c1? Just out of curiosity.
Okay, everything seems to be protected. So maybe something like this.
Takes. And what is happening? Yeah. Bishop b2.
And now I
looking
could try
at f6.
Yeah, you're looking at f6.
I don't know if it's a big threat, but I'm looking at it.
But maybe I could... Yeah, no, you're looking at it. Let me stop you from looking at it. Maybe I want rook d3 and somehow c3.
Okay, c3, yeah, okay, you're right. c3 is a threat, but I play rook c2. I think in overall it's harder to play for black pieces.
Maybe.
But probably it's equal. Probably it's 0-0, yeah?
It's just our favorite evaluation. I'm looking at some checks, but king g2 defends.
Basically, you just shouldn't be afraid, apparently, of white pawns. You can just go rook c8. I don't know
because they don't go far, no?
I think so. I don't know exactly why shouldn't you be afraid, but I would assume it's because king f7. And this is it. I don't know, or something similar. Maybe here this is hanging, or no, it's not. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But
no, it's not. Yeah,
so far, maybe you're right. Maybe it's not so bad. So queen d7 is on the board. I think. Let me just update to see. Yeah, queen d7 is on the board. Let me check the evaluation. Okay, bishop e3. It seems to be the best move, and after rook d3. Actually, queen e4 is the best move. And after c5, I don't want to go f5, what we played.
Not yet, at least, most likely.
Yeah, not yet, at least. Here, king g2 is a good move to basically probably avoid any pins or any checks, or rook c1.
And have the pawn on h3 defended. We saw in our line that the pawn on h3 was hanging sometimes.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So
king
it's
g2.
yeah. So white is slightly better, 0.5. So still playable for
Of
both
course.
sides.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's jump to the second board because I see. Okay, we left it here, and I see that
Very early in the game.
very very early. A queen e4 was on the board. This is what I usually play. So let's see how Yilmaz decided to continue. This is very normal. And c5. Okay. Let's see what pawn structure happened. I like this bishop here. This can be very dangerous bishop. And let's see, queen e7, castle, and queen knight d5. Okay. Maneuvering his knights, but I'm maneuvering my bishops as well. And a6. I mean, white has bishop pair.
And I was just thinking that maybe now with all the knight maneuvering, the black king was left a little bit by itself.
A bit left alone. I agree. I like white's pieces. In fact, I know that we maneuvered our bishop a lot, but then I will just maneuver it back, play rook d1, queen c3. And yes, this knight that was here defending the g7 will not be here anymore. I think potentially this is much easier for white.
I don't know how the bishop comes out of c8 as well. I had that.
You have to play e5, right?
You have to play e5, but if you play e5, you might have to play f6 as well. And I don't want to play f6.
You don't want it. But how are you going to develop? Your knight is now on b6. You cannot push this pawn even if you wanted to.
Maybe do this bishop d7, rook d8, bishop e8 thing that we can sometimes do if it's not too slow or I'm not getting mated in the process.
Maybe. Yeah, just in general, I would say that this is comfortable for white, but probably equalish. Plus 0.7 for white, okay.
No, so, this is very comfortable, so 0.7.
Very, very, very comfortable. We'll leave it.
Is e5 a good move? For example, if white plays, I'm just curious because e5 looks like I want to play, but it looks also like I don't want to open up the lights, I mean the king so much. So let's say that white plays here, since you have your, is e5 a good move here? Just out of curiosity.
Okay, let's consider this. What can... Okay, so bishop g4 is your idea, I would assume, as well.
But maybe you can, let's say you go h3, yeah?
I go h3, for example. And you
I don't have bishop e6.
No,
to begin with.
Bishop e6 because this pawn is hanging. Or is it hanging? Okay, some potential tricks
bishop
happening.
h3
yeah. Potential tricks in case this happens at the end. I do have bishop h3, and if you go bishop g7, I have queen g5.
Yeah, but I can improve that. I can play bishop h7 first.
Oh, even this, yeah, and you can maybe even play bishop d4 as well if you want to.
This I like that more.
Too many options for white, so not something that I want to play with black pieces. So
what I'm thinking is that I don't think I like this structure very much.
No, I don't think you should allow this either because look at this knight. Yeah, we're both looking at the same squares.
We are drawing arrows on the same squares.
Yes. So yes, this combination of bishop, queen, and the knight should be deadly.
So maybe maybe on bishop c3 you keep it like that and you bring the knight back here.
Maybe you play it like this, but if I decide to go for bishop b2.
Yeah, bishop b2. I don't have b5. Maybe bishop d7 and play rook c8 and keep the structure as it is for now.
Maybe this is exactly how you want to play, but potentially then I would be afraid that something like e4, e5 could also happen. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe it's not so scary.
Yeah, try to have knight f4 whenever e4 happens.
What if I go queen c4?
Very straightforward, no? Aren't you? And here, what
Listen, if I manage to make any weakness on the board, I think it's a step towards a win.
Yeah, if I have to play g6, yes. Because on queen e4 I don't have knight f6, so I would have to play f5.
I think you have to play f5, and I don't think this is a bad approach. For example, if you go rook c8 here.
Yeah.
Oops, not b8, but c8. And let's say, even if I go queen g4, f5 is not, I think, a bad approach for black pieces. Right?
Maybe not.
Queen g3,
Maybe not.
of course, it looks slightly uncomfortable, but
I'm a bit confused because with black I would, in theory, I know I want my pawns on dark squares, right?
Yeah.
In theory.
In theory.
But I don't. Yeah, I would need the other pawn to be on h7, I guess, for that to happen. He played rook to c1.
Yeah. So not bishop c3, so he has different plans in the position. Maybe he even wants to go into an endgame with potentially queen c5 and say, I have two bishops and your bishop is useless. Maybe this is something that he's considering, and also it's logical to develop this rook into an open file. So
yeah.
I would actually leave this position as it is right now. It's potentially can be very dangerous, especially in time trouble, but I would like them to think a bit, while I would like to move to board number 6, because we have exactly the same position as we saw it, as we were calculating it actually. And what actually happened was rook d1,
Did you play knight d7,
knight d7,
yeah?
and d5 immediately. This is exactly what you suggested, and this is also exactly what was on the board. So we predicted even queen e8 was on the board, which was the only move.
You said it was the only move, yeah?
Yeah.
And he played bishop d2.
Yes, and this is...
You already played bishop d2.
I think
nice.
we played bishop d2
We did play,
ourselves.
yeah, we also played bishop d2.
So
look at that, we have the line here.
And we played knight c5, so this is exactly what we had on the board. Rook e1.
That's
not sure.
Not a move we consider. We looked at bishop c3,
yeah,
bishop b4, and knight d4.
I think so. We also checked this. We also checked knight d4. Yes, correct. So he played.
But we were actually not very confident that this would happen at this point.
No, we were like, okay, does he want to go d5? Maybe wait a bit. But he went directly into this. And after rook e1, he didn't even go knight e6. Was the reason? Not sure. Maybe also knight d4 and going into this endgame, which is more comfortable for white. So queen c6. Sorry.
I was thinking that if you could unpin himself, maybe it's good. But yeah, that's two pieces for the rook. With queen c6.
With queen c6. So you were thinking
that if I have to move the rook and the bishop comes to f6, it's fine.
I guess so. Yeah, like if you move, I don't know, rook h5, trying to have some attack, bishop f6, I think just holds everything together.
Actually, rook c1, yeah?
Oh, is it,
actually,
is it
hold on
so
a
bad?
second.
Is it so bad, like queen e4? No?
Okay, you still have queen e4.
I have some tricks
Good
up my
spot,
sleeve.
yes.
Maybe also queen e6, but okay, just looking at something. I think it should be fine, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
If it works, but like I agree with you, there's some tricks you should look out for here. But queen e7.
Yeah, because there's rook e5 in the end.
Exactly, and after queen b3, I mean, I get two pieces.
And rook up for a rook and pawn.
I would dare to say that Inyan is doing much better, but I've not been good with my evaluation compared to Stockfish, so black could be also better given the Stockfish evaluation. We never know. We never know here. Anything can happen.
I would also be confident that white is better in this position. For example, what happens if you play bishop c3 and try to look at g7?
Oh, already? Absolutely. Like, not even this, then we have potential rook h5, potentially knight g5 happening. I would love to play this with white pieces. Just the only problem is don't blunder checkmate with this. So maybe at some point go h3.
Yeah. Make sure something covers e1 to begin with.
Yeah. And I don't see black having any counterplay. Like, you cannot push this because some pawn will always be hanging.
Well, maybe something with rook c8 and rook c2 could be some sort of counterplay.
Yeah, okay,
You
let's
need
say
to
I
be
go
careful.
h3. Let's say I'm being extremely careful.
Okay, so you're starting with that.
Yeah, how do you want to play this?
I want to put a rook on c8, but I don't know which rook I want to put on c8.
Oh, that's a fair point actually. I thought it was this one, but
That
it's
one,
not
yes?
so it's not so easy.
I think it has to be that one.
Okay, let's go
I
for
think
it.
so.
And after something like, let's say I play like this.
I was a bit
Okay.
worried about you attacking my pawns with queen b6 as well.
Oh, I am. This is of course something to look out for. I agree, but I just want to look at this side, you know.
Okay.
My eyes are there. Don't know if it's good, but my eyes are there for sure. Because I don't think you can play this because this should be
No,
terrible.
it's not even a threat with rook c2 right now.
Also, there's no threat, but I think something like rook d8 could happen, but
h4. Yeah? h4 he played.
h4 he played. Even better. So not even h3, h4. Love that. You know what? Inyan, I get you. I get you. I like it. You leave the space for the king, plus potentially this is a very, very nice attacking pawn. Oh.
Do you think we're gonna see a checkmate, king h2, king h3, king g4 all the way to h6? Would be fun. Would definitely love to see it.
Would love to see it, but so far I really have to say that I love white's position, and I predict a win for Inyan here.
Yeah, I think here white is pressing. I like white. And how is white doing on board 8? That was very interesting.
Yes.
And I think we left it in a position where white was comfortable.
Exactly. We left it here at king d2, and what happened was rook a e8, which was, I don't think that was a good move. Apparently b5 here was extremely strong to stop
we
c4.
were talking. Yes,
this
we were seeing this
very,
idea,
very important, but he decides to go rook e8, and I think after c4 now white again is doing very, very well.
I'm a bit surprised about the choice of rooks. I would have thought that the rook from g8 wanted to go to e8.
Actually, that's a very, very good point. Why not put this one? What's the problem? What is this rook doing here?
I thought it's not doing much, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong. It is doing something that
we don't see. Maybe it's something we don't see, but I would also put this rook. So let's see just the engine. What would engine prefer? This one or this one? He would prefer rook g e8, in fact. So we are right. Yay! But yes, b5 here being the strongest move to stop c4, and this now allowing c4. It's apparently almost plus 1.5 by the engine. Of course, this is not easy because the white has to maneuver his pieces a lot to be active. So let's see what white decided to play. Open the c file and put the rook on c5. How do I defend this?
So bishop f1 was some sort of prophylaxis against knight f4, perhaps?
Let's see, why didn't he do it earlier? Yes, I think so, because knight f4 would protect the pawn and attack this. So, yes, this is very smart.
And I think there's some hidden idea there, which would be that if maybe black plays something like, let me just play rook e8, I think we can take and play e4. And that would be a really cute idea with bishop b5. Almost checkmate. That's
actually very nice. Yeah, almost checkmate. If not, then at least winning an exchange. Actually, very beautiful. Very beautiful.
Maybe that, I'm guessing that's why he played a6, yeah?
Yes, correct. Correct. Oh, but that's so ugly. If you have to push this pawn on a6, and if this pawn cannot run, you know you're doing worse.
Yeah. So we have, what do we have? We have this position that you were showing, yeah?
Exactly. Yes, and now the question is, how do I defend d5? King, rook, or with the knight. With the knight it doesn't work because of e3.
The king.
Why can I not defend it with a king? Let's think. What is wrong? He played rook d6, which is not bad, but I wonder if I have an option, why don't do it with a king?
Can there be any f5?
E4.
Oh, sorry, e4.
I'm-
I was thinking about the bishop on f5 hanging. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing because this
But what's
bishop
the
is
difference?
then trapped, correct?
Ah, so that's the difference. That on rook d6 he has bishop e6.
Yeah, so
But
let's
then
let's see it. So this is
uh-huh.
exactly what happened. And bishop
this
e6,
side, okay.
yes.
Bishop e6, and now the rook goes to c6 in case of e5. Everything's protected.
Absolutely, that's why bishop d3 happened. You kind of don't want to close the position yet, so you leave the options open. And
Also, bishop e5 wouldn't have won a pawn. Yeah, because there are some.
Bishop e5, I think. Yeah, okay. Let's see this.
Bishop e5. I was thinking takes on e5.
Take it, takes.
And rook c6, yeah.
And rook c6.
And not winning the d5 pawn.
Well, yeah, because just losing the rook. So not doing that. Not doing that. So bishop d3, developing this bishop, potentially putting this rook into the game, eventually, slowly. So rook c8, trying to exchange as many pieces to somehow go into an endgame where you don't lose, but rook b1. Oof, coming from all sides, takes, and now we're losing the b7 pawn and king c8. This is now a live position right now.
This is also hanging on h4. That's why I stopped here for a moment, thinking if that doesn't matter there.
Oh, this is played right now.
Yeah.
So you cannot take, yes, because okay, we both make the same arrows again. You cannot take because after e takes d5, you're losing a piece, either this one or this one.
Smart. And if we continue, there's king d3, yeah?
Yeah, I think this should be.
And bishop d5? Oh. Wait, what?
Was there some checkmate with bishop f5? Okay,
do you want to check?
Let's do it. Takes. You're forced to take this. I was thinking I could play this, but after this, maybe I don't have anything. Is that possible? No, there's no way. You're telling me I cannot play this and checkmate you?
No.
Anyway, because you're just winning the piece.
The piece, yeah.
Wait, what are we missing then? We're missing something.
So knight h4, maybe what's the point?
Maybe we're just missing. What are we missing?
Well, you have. Could it be that? Okay, so let's do this again. So takes.
Yes.
Takes here. I'm wondering if we could. No, but we cannot attack the bishop.
We could play bishop e2 though.
Yeah. And is the knight trapped? No, because it's going to h2.
You can put it there, but once I... Actually, this is not so clear at all. Wait, what are we missing? What are we missing? It's my question. Probably something simple again. Let's have a bit more coffee.
So bishop f5, king c7, there's bishop e2, there's rook f4.
Listen, okay, I just want to check maybe from here first if I'm missing something else in the position besides something. Can we check the engine, because I really don't see it. I really don't see it.
And nobody wants to help us here.
Nobody in the chat. Come on, chat, do help us, because okay, here it's king e3. Yeah, I was thinking about that, but I don't really understand the point of this move.
Okay, I thought that rook b4 was meant to do something on the fourth rank.
Yeah, I mean this is this is apparently this is apparently almost equal. Yeah, this is almost equal.
Too many pawns are coming off the board.
Yeah. So king e3 was actually the move here, and after knight g6, for example, king d4, and this pawn didn't mean anything.
We have the c5 pawn.
Okay, so that's why rook c5 was played, which is as strong as knight h4. But now also bishop a6 is hanging. And okay, it's not so simple still to win with white pieces.
I could give a check on b7.
And after king, let's say go to c6.
To c6, yeah. Just checking if you want to go to d6, but probably can also go to d6.
Okay, let's go to d6. Let me see what you have in your pocket.
Ah, you know what I have. I wanted to play e5, yeah?
Yeah,
But
e5.
maybe it doesn't.
In 95, you would win like this, winning the...
But that's what I'm actually not so sure. Is
You're
this
not
winning?
sure. Why? Takes?
Is it winning? I mean, sometimes the bishops are much better than
than the
for
rook.
the exchange.
Honestly, at this point, I would dare to say it's enough.
Winning?
Yeah. I'm okay. You have a point.
96. Yeah.
Oh, you want to go 96 or this? Maybe
Or
like
d4
I cannot
first,
go
yeah.
here because now I almost lose. Okay, it could work actually, but because can I
Extra
protect
piece?
the queen? Yes, I can protect the it from queening. But yes, I agree. Maybe it's not so simple. But even here, maybe king c6, no?
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Okay, I can play something like this and have more tricks up my sleeve, but it's not simple, yeah? Because, again, 95.
95 and
And
there's no
it
trick.
continues, and it continues forever.
No, okay, we don't have to give the check. It was just an idea. We can keep the check for
I will
whenever
give you,
it's right.
I will give you a hint. Apparently here, there's only one good move for white.
Ah, only one. I was thinking, okay, rook b8 doesn't threaten anything. King e3 makes sense.
It does make sense, right?
Because I want to play f4, perhaps. But then there's no check.
But
there's knight h4? No, there's no knight h4 either on king
e3. Apparently the best move is bishop b5.
Okay.
But just because
to
I
have the
picked
king
the
a
engine.
bit to have the king a bit further away, maybe.
I mean, honestly, like, what if I just go, let's say, if I don't go to d6, I go to c7. What does this check do?
I think now the rook is trapped. Is it trapped? Or am I just... Yeah, it's trapped, right?
Oh my god. That's crazy. It is?
Yeah. 100%.
Oof. That is nice.
Again, I'm not sure this is how this is. But we would assume.
I would assume that it should be, but if it's not, I don't know. I think this should be eventually winning at some point. Slowly but surely. Or maybe not. Let's check the engine. You know what? I'm done guessing. It's +2, so apparently it should be. But probably not so easy, right?
Yeah, it's not. H5 can be defended. And okay, but if H5 gets defended, maybe F7 stops being defended. So I guess white has to play against both of them. All right. Anyway, this rook could get trapped here, and I think white will go for it, and then figure out how he's gonna win it.
Let him do
king
it.
d6.
Yeah? Let him do it. Okay, I could go king d6. Sorry, and maybe even king c8. Should consider also that to leave the space for the rook. But king d6 looks bad. Why? I don't know. It just looks bad. Looks like a move that you don't want to make somehow.
You think it can get checkmated?
No, not checkmated, but somehow some checks can feel awkward. Like somehow I want to pin your king and your rook, you know, from one diagonal if possible.
I still want to play king e3 here with white.
Yeah, I think so too. And bishop b5 is on the board. Okay. Bishop b5
very
is
strong.
On the board. Yeah, okay, let's figure out what happens after king d6. No, you know what? I was looking for moves like this. Like then e5 is a big threat. Oh, big threat almost, because then somehow you want to play bishop f8, but this is way too slow. Just king e3, right? Should be good enough. Well,
I think so.
two
Yeah, knight
bishops.
h4 doesn't work because of e5 now. So the king on d6 was a bit misplaced.
You know
as
what?
you were guessing it would
I'm gonna
be.
check the engine. Here, apparently even bishop e8 is extremely strong move. The only move that is extremely strong here, actually.
So
Why?
we are going to pick up that pawn with rook b7.
I think the big threat here... What is the big threat here?
I would say rook b7. What, is there anything wrong with rook
okay,
b7?
what if I take on e4?
Take with the pawn? Let's take with the pawn.
It's good enough, but apparently rook b6 is much better, because on king c7 you just take.
You take the bishop?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So this is the threat. Okay.
That is the threat.
So
yes.
that's the idea. Rook b6, rook e6. Okay, but you have to spot this. This is not easy to spot. Well, if you're a GM, it might be easier.
He might have spotted it already if he played bishop b5.
That's why he went also king c8. And now,
okay, so
wait.
Bishop e8 doesn't make much sense now.
That's, well,
it does make sense.
I still like it, because in case you are greedy, and let's say that this move works, I want to play bishop e... Okay, this doesn't work because of knight f3, but I just wanted to show you that I want to check.
There's a mating.
There's a mating net, yes, somehow. Doesn't work, of course, but just looks so pretty not to show it on the board. But yes, king c8 is on the board, and now Nogerbek is thinking.
But
Yes, what are you
thinking? No, I'm still thinking about bishop e8, and I couldn't find an answer to knight h4 because there's pawn takes d5.
But again, knight f3.
Knight f3
king
and
d3,
king d3.
Bishop d5.
Maybe we don't have.
Maybe we have bishop f7, but I don't think that's enough to win the game, right?
No. King e3, yeah. Someone suggesting king e3 in the chat. We kept wanting to go king e3 almost every time. It should be good.
You know what? Let's do it. I think it also should be good enough. Should be careful about this anyway, because after this there's this check.
Yes.
So after maybe knight h4, we could play something like king d4. Maybe.
And take on d5.
Maybe. Who knows? I don't know if it works.
But if rook c...
Again, knight f3, right?
Also rook c1.
Also rook c1.
No?
Also rook c1, maybe even more active, even better.
To get rook d1?
Yes, fair. But, yeah. Not so easy. Not so easy at all.
How are your mating nets going here? Is there anything we can use? It's a bishop e5 idea I'm looking at.
You're also looking at bishop 5. I'm even considering this, and going for like this, just putting the king here, and this is a checkmate.
Bishop a6.
Actually, how do you defend it?
That's actually very nice. Yeah, that's actually very nice.
Because if you give me a check, I take the rook.
Yes.
So actually, like, maybe this is much better. Problem is, maybe you can take with the bishop or not. Maybe
king b6 now, maybe? No, king b6, it won't be a checkmate.
I'm still trying, I'm still somehow trying to give you a checkmate. Maybe just start with bishop e2, actually.
Rook d2 seems forced, yeah?
Yeah. Trying to find something. Yeah, but nothing works. Check, you go here even. Yeah, and if I go for bishop e8,
bishop e8. So you want bishop e5?
Maybe. Maybe.
Maybe knight g6. Or knight f3. Hold on a second. Knight f3.
Maybe knight f3.
There's yeah, okay. Okay, we are totally blind. You know what? You know what? There's a free piece on h4.
Oh my god.
We forgot about it.
We just want to checkmate. What do you mean we're taking a piece? No, let's give a checkmate. No, but the thing is that this king is so weak on c8 with these bishops that we're just too focused. And sometimes
No, I have to say that I forgot. I knew that the knight was hanging when we started looking at this line.
but then we
But
were
in the meantime, it's just
I think
yeah,
we were
okay.
just so ambitious to find something else. But of course, rook h4 is good enough. Yeah, I like king d4. I like it.
So king d4 works. Bottom line is king d4 is a very good move, yeah?
Well,
And takes
the
on
thing
d5.
is that we didn't even consider knight f5. And in case...
But bishop e5?
Sorry, king e5?
King e5, yeah, sorry.
But now I check here, right?
King f4.
And you king f4, and I wonder...
Oh, wait. I have another idea, even better maybe. How is this?
Maybe this is maybe better, yeah. Maybe this is better. Okay, so then we also have to consider knight f3, but this should be enough after, or is it? King e4.
Maybe give another check on d2.
Knight d2, king d3. And this should be winning, right?
And the checks are ending.
Okay. I think this should be winning. Okay, so this looks good. However, so he didn't go for king e3, he went for bishop d4. And rook c7.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how he's going to continue now, but it's very hard to play against two bishops like this. Like maybe even bishop b6 is something to
That's what I'm checking. Yeah, bishop b6, I think rook e7.
Yeah, have to go here. We lose an exchange, and here how do we take advantage of this? Oh, I would love to go bishop c6 now. and if you take, I go here, you know. And I don't think you can really defend against the checkmate. Well, you have to give something. But what do you do on bishop c6? Maybe knight e5, right?
Maybe knight e5.
Maybe just knight e5. Come on, don't take
hanging,
all happiness away from me. I was so excited about rook a4. Okay, what about... Okay, wait a second. What if I start with rook a4? Don't exactly know if it threatens much.
No, yeah, but the thing is that I don't have knight e5, or do I?
Exactly.
I don't have knight e5.
Maybe you do. Maybe you still have it, because after check you still go here.
And there's two bishops there hanging.
Yeah, and after this, and this should. I don't know what is happening, but probably it's enough.
You get one back.
No, you don't, right?
Yeah, okay.
You don't. As much as I want to, I don't. But this probably is a draw, right? Because these pawns are too fast. Who knows?
Yeah, I think white could even try a little bit, no?
But let's not leave it. Let's not get it to that. So he took and went bishop b6 now.
Rook e7 still forced.
Rook e7 should be should be forced. So I wonder what his idea is now. Is it rook e4?
Yeah, I'm wondering the same. But bishop. So the idea is that rook d4, bishop f3, first check, no?
Yeah.
Or just yeah.
Just check first, and then I think it's over.
And then rook d8.
Yeah, then it's rook d8. Then it's over. So what do you do on rook d4?
Defend or play? Okay, so bishop a6. I cannot go bishop b7. Bishop e6, I cannot go either. Basically cannot move the bishop, so I should defend.
That's actually very nice. Nice play by Nogerbeck to take on d5 and play rook d4. I think
Do I have
this
to
is
defend
over.
with rook e5?
Rook e5. Okay, it's not over yet. Fair, fair.
No, but yeah.
Just this, right? Just
And
so
rook
simple.
f5, bishop d3. Ah, and there's rook e6.
Yeah, let's see. Rook e6 as well. We have to check here.
And what about the... okay.
Yeah,
Check king b8.
let's see if we can maybe move somewhere. Like something like this, I'm thinking, but maybe it's not.
That takes away the threat.
But yeah, whenever you move the bishop, I have this.
Creates a different threat, you're saying.
Yes.
So bishop c6. Let's stop
Yes,
your threat.
Yes. This, and I continue with... Wait. I wanted to play this, but maybe you can just play something like that. Oof, chess is difficult. Oof. Exhausting as well. Are you telling me that I cannot checkmate you?
No, there has to be something. I'm pretty sure there is something. If it's not a checkmate, has to be a way to win material. So
By the
bishop
way,
e6, bishop
Rook
b...
e7 is on the board, so we might see something like this. Yeah. Oof. And rook d4 is on the board. Okay, that's awesome. And
Let's see how he defends.
I think we will see rook e6. I think Vasilia in the chat is absolutely correct that this is the best defense. Let's see how white can continue here. I'm very
bishop
curious.
a5 looked pretty strong.
And after bishop
side.
c6, maybe we should figure out what to do now.
So we tried bishop a6, which also seems forced, because if I pin the bishop, then there's king b7. He played rook e6, yes.
Okay, we will see this. We will see something like this. Maybe we're just missing something here. I wonder what Nogerbeck has in mind.
White is up a pawn in the end, so...
Yeah, but h4 should be
a good endgame. Yeah, h4
good endgame, but I'm not sure. I really want to checkmate my opponent, you know. I'm greedy like this sometimes. Okay, let's see where else I can maybe move my bishop. If I go to c5, then my threats
again bishop
disappear.
moves, bishop f3 maybe. No, bishop f3
again you have to go to c6, right?
Bishop c6 first, yeah.
You have to go to c6. I'm very sad that after this I cannot go rook c4, because I mean black just defends, so this is very saddening for me. And yes, after this, maybe what if I start like this?
Okay, here I thought I should go to e8 just to cover the possible checkmates that you would want to
No, but
give.
now I take on f7 and I think I'm winning.
And you win a piece.
Yeah.
Right.
Almost win a piece, but enough to win the game.
So I would have to go to e7?
E7 or e5, yeah, something to check.
Let's try e7 and see if there's a checkmate.
Yeah.
Just curious. So bishop a6 now.
Bishop a6, the thing is you cannot go bishop b7 because there's checkmate. You have to go king b8, and now I go bishop b6.
And now there's this defense, rook d7.
Oh no!
I was hoping that here there will be no defense, really.
No, come on, so close to this checkmate. Stop finding such good defensive moves. Yeah, you're right. Rook d7 is a threat, even, I would say. And if I check, and when you go here, I have nothing, right?
I don't see it.
This is saddening me. This is making me feel depressed.
So, okay, rook e7.
Yeah, rook e7.
Is there anything better than that? Oh, okay. Can we try... No, we can't. Maybe rook, house rook d6, bishop f3 simply. Okay.
By the way, bishop a5 is on the board.
Okay. Okay, so we're on the right track then.
We are on the right track. So this is on the board, and here we expect bishop c6.
Yeah, the endgame without rooks can be winning. Yeah, yes.
Yeah. Let's try. Let's go for it. So here we said bishop c4 first. This. But somehow, is this winning?
I thought it would be winning. Yeah.
How would this be winning? This.
Okay.
This.
Defend.
And
yeah, that there, and then f3 is also hanging, and it picks up all the pawns, not just one.
So maybe you can start with this.
Bishop f2, but then the king comes out, I thought.
Yeah, king c7. And I wonder, yes, okay, you can go for bishop c4, but knight e5. Okay, then here you have bishop g3. This actually potentially is winning. I agree. This is actually potentially
bishop b8 has to be played and stay a little bit passive. Okay, but on bishop e8, maybe then bishop g3 and f4.
Yeah.
Or, okay, if you don't play f4 right away, you have it there prepared for f5.
Yes, exactly. I can play it right away.
You play it right away.
I think
yeah,
I played
of course.
Right away.
So,
okay, you're right. Maybe this endgame is what we will see. I was hoping for something else, to be honest. I was hoping for a piece exchange or a checkmate, so that's why I'm slightly disappointed by the endgame. Do you want me to check the engine?
There was one suggestion about 97, but I don't know when.
In which position?
There's a question.
Let's see, 97.
That's what I don't know.
Here it doesn't work. Oh, sorry. No, first we went here. Here, this. No, here there's no 97s here either, so must have been somewhere here, maybe 97 here.
Probably here, yeah, to defend.
Could work now.
What about bishop b4?
Nice.
Maybe knight c6 from live position.
Yes,
okay, so this exactly.
Yes. We got something right today. Knight
no,
c6.
we got a whole
right.
game. We got a whole game right today. So
this is actually correct. Yeah, this is lost, I think, because of this check.
Yeah.
So knight c6 is not a good move. Maybe bishop c6 again.
But bishop c6 doesn't that lose the?
Yeah.
It doesn't lose anything.
Why?
Any way.
What doesn't it not lose?
Okay, it loses the rook. No, it doesn't lose the rook. So
loses something, right?
Yeah.
Maybe f4,
bishop d6,
bishop
maybe.
d6, both I think looks good to me. Good
bishop,
enough.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe bishop
d6, knight f5 you take. Yeah.
Healthier. What else can you do? Maybe I was thinking, can you go rook b6?
Why, Laura? We had this figured out.
Sorry, yeah, just no. It's not over. Listen, what if I play something like this? Again, maybe knight c6 again. Yeah. Maybe knight c6 again.
Maybe knight c6 again.
Difficult life, huh? Chess is not easy.
Okay, but maybe that endgame is actually winning, yes?
I think
After knight c6, bishop rook d5, knight b4, and now put the rook on f5?
If this is not winning, then yeah, then I don't know what is. I mean, this bishop against this knight should be good enough. Look at these pawns. This should be winning. But again, I was hoping to win a piece somewhere, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm not satisfied with an endgame, but this should be enough. Because the thing is, less pawns that you have on the board, easier it is for your opponent to make a draw, but I think these two pawns are just too weak to hold the game.
f7 should fall in very soon.
Eventually, like even next move, I think you cannot protect it.
Yeah, no, that's what I was hoping.
Oof,
Okay,
exhausting.
so now we can check it if you want.
Yeah, let's go. So this is opla, sorry, live. I will go to the live position. Just let me make. Okay. This is
live.
winning. It's +3, and in fact, yes. After this, the engine, of course, likes bishop a6 or bishop c4, and now after here bishop b4. So this endgame, yes, this should be good enough endgame. After rook a7, this apparently these two bishops are working together magically. Magically. So eventually this will turn into a win. I believe that. So very, very happy about this one.
So we're gonna play it out until we take a pawn on f7, most likely. Yeah.
Exactly. And this
combining
will be,
all kinds of threats.
It's not gonna be a short game, but it will be definitely a win for white. I mean, these two bishops are just too strong.
Okay,
for black.
I see that white is only has 6 minutes left. He's been thinking for a while.
Yeah.
Getting into time trouble.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's 6 minutes, 5 minutes. I think it's enough when you have two bishops. You could play on 30 seconds, I believe. You know, I just want to say we didn't check Wang Hao's game.
No, I was thinking about him today, and I was wondering why are we not seeing him already? But it's because he only has 1 point.
Yeah, he lost the first game, and I would not actually check the opening if you don't.
Let's just see maybe the
live position.
Current position.
So he had some troubles with black pieces in the first game where he lost, but today he's also not doing amazingly, right?
He has an extra pawn. Is that... Yeah, I know how to count. Good. At least that. So how do we defend h4? I guess white wants to take that. Bishop g6.
Bishop g6, right?
Ah, yeah. I'm thinking. Right, but then how do you defend g6? For example, if bishop takes g6 and rook g1.
This is on the board, by the way, bishop g6 by Wang Hao. Rook g1, yeah, absolutely. I guess rook g8.
Rook g8. And you keep defending. On rook g4, there's g5, yeah.
But rook f5.
And rook h5.
If you have to put on rook
holding
h5,
on to...
then
you're not gonna win it, yeah?
Then you know what? Then I'm okay.
Yes. Yes.
If you have to have your rook here, then I'm fine.
You don't have to really win the pawn. You have it controlled.
Yes, absolutely. Like I don't think then that it's an easy way to break. Okay, maybe you can try king e6 and then something like d5, right?
Yeah, but that just gives me another pawn to do a perpetual on. Maybe? No, it doesn't.
I don't know how you hold on. Maybe
hold on to the rook.
Yeah, how do you hold on to the rook? That's a bit tougher question, but I think black cannot continue.
Yeah.
Okay, rook g1 by the way on the board. Pro.
So are we going to see a draw today? I don't think Zverev will lose this.
Absolutely, yeah, I think that this is going to be a draw. Let's check the engine. Actually, black is slightly better, but I think that's because of the pawn. Rook h6 might be a move as well, but again, rook gg4 holds. After rook f8, you win a pawn. There's some activity coming from black side, but apparently rook h7, king e6, and rook g7 is enough to hold. I think black will be playing for a win.
Yeah,
but
this is not easy for white.
Because it's not so simple.
Say, no,
look at these pawns. They're so
all over the place.
Lonely. All over the place and lonely also.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not so simple to actually hold this with white. I know if I was white playing against Wang Hao in this position, would I be confident to draw? Probably 50% chances for a draw and 50% chances for me to lose. That's what I would say. But we will see. We might come back to see the result later. But you know, top boards have some time trouble now.
Oh, let's see that. I was just going to update that Knight h1 his game today after loss yesterday. So we're gonna see him back.
Let's just see exactly what was the live position. So he just promoted his pawn to a queen, and let's see what was
Game
the
over.
opening. There was the Sicilian. Okay, that's all that we need to know from this game. Let's no, good job to Nidich, of course, for a comeback yesterday. It was not an easy loss for him. So with black pieces, it's always nice to win.
We have also a result on board 11. On board 11, yeah.
Board
decisive
11
result.
and board
Yes.
4, Chipperino did make a draw. Let's see what
Okay,
was
let's see that one.
the position. We left it off long time ago, I think around queen e2, so on move 10.
Yes. Yes.
Let's see what happened since then. So this maneuver with knight c3, knight d2 happened, and I think white was doing perfectly fine. Let's see why didn't he, let me turn off the evaluation bar, why didn't he push for more, or was black just strong enough to hold this?
That could be the answer to
I
your
think
question.
so, yeah. I think so. Black was just strong enough to not make any blunders, and even though white is a pawn up, apparently this is just not enough. Ooh, g5.
Wow. Nice.
Let's see what he had in mind here, winning the pawn, but losing it in the next moves.
And now the king is very open, yeah, which allows this.
Just perpetual check.
Okay, looked like a pretty solid draw.
Looks like a very nice game by both players. So let's move on to maybe board number 3, because I see that Panesar with black pieces is very low on time. We left it very early in the opening, but we said this game has a lot of potential for interesting development, and let's see it. Let's see what's going on. So again, bishop pair, but a bit weird pawn on d3, so not sure exactly what is the right evaluation here. I guess Saran would love to play with the bishop pair, and that's exactly what he's doing. Let's see this endgame. Oof, this king is stuck. Cannot move from f8. Oh, whoa, whoa. Can he get it out? Let's see. So far, he hasn't managed yet. And this
yeah,
is the
but it didn't look like he needed it for now.
Looks like he actually wanted
it's quite safe
take
there.
a few pawns. Fair point, fair point.
So knight d4, bishop c3 played. I was wondering about bishop e3, but that pawn can be defended, right?
Mm-hmm. With bishop c5, correct? He does it anyway. Let me...
I think this will be a draw. Even if it's bishop pair, it's going to be...
I think so too. Like, I think black will manage to hold on. However, if somebody is pushing, it's white.
Mm-hmm.
But somebody in the chat mentioned that board 2 is turning into a very interesting game. Let's see the live position. Whoa, okay, where's Mustafa's exchange? What happened? I think we left it around here. Let's see what happened. Where did sacrifice happen, or was it a blunder? It was, in fact, a sacrifice.
A positional exchange sacrifice.
Let's see, and ooh, rook 8.
I insist. I insist.
Take it. Take it, please. And now we have bishop pair. So again, I guess today's team is bishop pair.
I think so.
And
for all kinds of things. For exchanges, for nothing.
Just give it to me, yeah? Just give me the bishop pair and I'm happy. Rook c8 on the board. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. I, however, don't like this bishop yet. How can I improve it is my question.
I'm trying to bring it to attack e5. So, can I go f3?
Oh my god, I was thinking exactly the same. Like, oh, f3, just play this, and GG's. I'm afraid. I'm a bit afraid of my weaknesses, though. Like, now I know I have some weaknesses I have to look out for.
Luckily, fc2 is well guarded, so no rook c2 is gonna happen. But also, if you go bishop g3, there will be knight f4. So how are we actually making progress?
But however, it's still something that I should do, right? Because otherwise,
so.
What do? Do you think this sacrifice was a good sacrifice?
I like it. Okay,
like it?
I like it. Yeah.
I'm a bit afraid.
It's very interesting. I don't know if I would play it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I like this approach, and I would like to learn from it. Maybe do it more often in my games, or just do it in
Uh-huh.
my games.
Yeah, I do have a lot of sacrifices myself, like exchange sacrifices, but somehow, even though I know they're good, in long term, you play not the best move for 5 moves in a row, and suddenly things turn around.
Yeah,
So you
yeah, they
really
do.
have to be good in turning this advantage or this sacrifice into something more than it is. And sometimes I have to admit I have some trouble doing that. And maybe watching Mustafa's game, I will learn.
Yeah.
Let's hope so. Knight f4 on the board. He doesn't have a threat, so queen e3. Okay.
Okay, he wants to have e2 covered. I would like to play bishop c3, but that's not going to happen for now because black takes it. So how can I make that work? I thought maybe king h1 is a move I want to play and go g3.
Yes, I do agree king h1 looks safe, but I would prefer, like you said, to maybe make up space for my king, because he does have two rooks, and suddenly like he can play this and the rook will land on d1, which I would not want to happen. g3, however, that does not give this bishop many options in the future. So I have to admit that this is not easy for me to guess.
Queen g5 is suggested. And there's a question, how to evaluate the position in a game. What do we base our decisions on? Yes, since we don't always get it right.
As you can see,
but
engines,
generally.
engines does to help us, but generally, yes, please go ahead.
No, generally we would look at, how pieces are located, as you're asking, but it has to do maybe also with the pawn structure, with what pieces you have left on the board, king safety. There are a lot of things to take into consideration,
Exactly.
right?
I think mostly what we just do, but what we think about, but not maybe on a conscious level, it's activity. I think usually, like for example, here, when you count the pieces, you see, black is an exchange up. However, when you look at the activity of the pieces and the weakness of the king, I think it's this combination, we can say that, but actually, maybe this is very hard for black. So would we evaluate this? I would say, okay, this is probably, I don't know,
in terms of numbers, maybe it's just 0, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. I would say this is probably equal, but who is it easier to play for? And maybe I would like to say white. Long term.
Maybe it's white, yeah. Because you're down material, but you have compensation basically here.
Exactly, yes, exactly.
The two bishops are usually by themselves good compensation for an exchange. But here white also has a pawn. Yeah. Also has a pawn, which makes it nicer, and the black king is weak.
Exactly, like we said, you also look at the pawn structure. This pawn on h6 is alone, this pawn on e5 is alone, and it can potentially both be attacked by my bishop, which hopefully can come into the game. If this bishop comes to the game, let's say this bishop is on b2, we have a completely different game than now with the bishop on e1. So again, evaluation can change very, very quickly, given the ideas and moves. So rook d4, very, very, I like this move a lot. What does this bishop do now? Do we go f3?
It runs away.
It runs away, or do we go f3?
I wasn't sure that I wanted to play f3.
I don't want to go f3 either, but I mean, I'm not sure where do I move it, right? If I move it here, this bishop, it's not doing the job.
I'm just reading, how to spot the draws. Okay, so it looks like a draw. Well, when we say it looks like a draw, we basically see that it looks like a draw. It means that it's equal most of the times, and we don't necessarily spot something that any side can do in particular. Maybe there are no weaknesses in the position. Maybe the material is balanced in the sense that I have a bishop, you have a bishop. I don't have two bishop versus knight or things like that. Yeah, we don't have any sort of imbalances. What did we miss?
I wanted to go through the engine because I saw the bar jump a little. And we missed the tactic with black pieces here. Here it's black to move, and apparently black is winning.
Black is winning here. Okay, let us find it. Okay, chat, guys, I'm gonna try and find it with you.
Yes, please.
Please
help
give
us.
me a hint here. So black has a tactic, and you're saying that it's gonna be winning.
Well, winning in I'm talking -3.
Okay, I think someone already spotted it, and it looks like that should be the move.
This is indeed a move. It is rook d3. I'm just curious what happens if I decide to play queen b6, though. It's not over yet. We still have to calculate. How am I winning?
Is it a check on h3?
But after king h1, what do you do? Right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So it's not as simple as it seems.
Yeah, we did not notice at all during the game either, but suddenly when someone tells us there's a tactic,
then we just see it. Then it just comes to our senses.
Okay, there's knight e2 and knight h3. There's rook g8.
There's rook g8, but there's no threat, right? I can maybe go g3.
There's knight g2.
Oh.
There is knight g2 here.
Oh.
Tell me there is knight g2 here.
Let's see. Yes, it is knight g2.
Yes,
Yay!
I found
one. Good job. Yeah. This is very nice tactic that was missed, by the way, also by Dautian. So
well, he's playing with 1 minute on the clock, from what I see.
Yeah, it's not easy to see when you don't have time. If he had time, he would have seen it. I'm pretty sure about it. But rook c4 on the board, and now I'm gonna see if there's another tactic here. No, that's just queen f6. Yeah, I didn't like bishop f5, but f3 probably didn't work. Apparently now this is very strong because this bishop is so weak, which is again hard to understand.
But why don't we keep the bishop on this diagonal? I was thinking simply bishop f3. What's wrong with bishop f3? Is it rook d3?
Yeah.
And I have no defense?
No.
Zero defense?
Absolutely not.
So do I have to play bishop h1?
I think
what do I have to
also
play?
Bishop g2 is an option. But, you know, I thought we have to keep it here.
I thought we have to keep it, full stop.
Yeah. So bishop f5, queen f6, and now again there's a question, where do I move it? Yeah, again have some issues, so that's why he took on f4. But now I'm sorry, but this is
no, this is no
around.
longer compensation. This looks lost.
If you ask really nicely, there is a defense. I wish that's how it works, how it worked. Yeah, now we're losing.
There is a yeah. I thought you were saying there's a defense. No defense here, no?
I think the only defense here would probably be to play f4.
And keep the pawn on e5.
Yeah, and play something like bishop g3, for example. This could probably be the only way. What is the valuation? Let's see in the live position.
I would say black is much better.
Yeah, it is. Oof. Turn around, so exchange sacrifice turned to be not the best outcome so far.
But it was not because of the exchange sacrifice. So
no, for sure not.
Don't be afraid of exchange sacrifice.
But exactly, this is what I was talking about. This happens to me. Like, I know this is very good or just like very interesting. I want to keep the game going in a very interesting way. And then move by move, I start losing my thread. And suddenly, oops, some tactics happen, or some uncomfortable position, knight comes to f4 like it did in this game. And suddenly, I'm worse, yeah? And this is very, very difficult to play for.
And king f1. Yeah, it was not the exchange sacrifice, it was the blunder at the end. I agree, yes. But
It was
It
actually
wasn't
not
easy,
I
right?
think, let me just see, I think the engine, let's see what the engine thinks about it. Engine loves rook c6. Engine loves
Okay.
this move. It's the only move that keeps the position at 0-0.
Let me just say hola to my friend Miguel.
Hola, hola. Yes.
Whom I'm going to see in a few days in Benasque.
Okay, okay. Yes, because you're playing there. No, I just want to say that this is actually the best outcome for white pieces, and this is actually all good. However, this is where it started to go wrong. Queen e3 was wrong move, g3 was the only move, which is very hard. Very, very hard to understand, but here, yes, bishop h1, like you said. Bishop h1 was the only way. But that's ugly, right? When you have these two bishops and they're
And then on
h1.
knight h3, you have to go to king f1.
Yeah.
It looks
I mean,
looks awkward. You don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But
it's the best.
Yes, if you realize that it's your only move, then you play it. But maybe with very little time, he didn't have time to figure out all the lines here.
Absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, this is now the live position, and we would dare to assume that Dautian will manage to convert this into a win. I think so, right?
I think so too, and he's going to be... What's happening on board 1? Is he going to be the only player with 3 points?
Let's just go to the live position because a lot of things has happened, but
he's probably going to be the only player
this
with 3
looks
points.
Like a draw, indeed. Yeah, I would dare to say.
Can white try anything?
Yeah,
I don't see how, no?
I mean, I would be scared to push my pawn here, so... I think white can... No, I don't think white can try anything. Yeah. I think white should queen, and then take, and after takes, maybe like this, right? And then
rook h2 and agree to draw.
Yeah, I think this should be something... I think this should be... Maybe he can try with some a4, but after c3 I'm not so sure who is then playing for a win. But yeah, I think this will be a draw for sure.
Okay, so we might have a leader.
We might have
a sole leader
after
3 rounds.
Indeed. So, sorry. So yes, this is the live board. So let's go to board number 6 because Inyan actually won his game. I wonder
what was this,
how.
the h4 position.
Because,
yeah, the 2 pieces.
Yeah, the 2 pieces. Let's see how he arranged them to turn it into a win. So he just exchanged one pair of rooks and started to eat opponent's pawns, put the king on g3 where it's the safest.
Oh, we were not far from it.
Safest king. Yeah, you said like, oh, will it go Whoopla? Like,
yeah, will it go? I was just joking, but look at that king.
But he
bravely standing on g3.
I mean, some threats now, but honestly, these 2 pieces working in tandem, like no threats before. I would be slightly scared. I mean, look at this. I would be slightly afraid, but there's actually nothing happening on the board, and very brief quickly this queen is trapped because once this happens the rook is lost, right?
So yes,
so
but I'm just confused. He resigned here after making a move.
Yes, so he resigned. Did he lose on time or did he resign? Let's see.
No, he probably resigned, but is there anything that wins material, or is it just because the endgame is... Because the endgame is lost, right? If he takes on f4.
Yeah, I think so. I also am curious if there's something better here. Let's see. What if I go for something like queen e6? You have queen c7.
Or queen d7 to take the pawn on b5.
Queen d7. But after queen b8?
I don't take the pawn on b5.
Maybe, I don't know. There's probably something we're missing. It's probably something simple again.
Do you think we could try and have some bishop h6 tactics? Somehow. No? No, I don't see how I make that work.
I don't know. Okay, you know what? I'm at this point. I'm so tired that I will just check the engine. It is queen d7 after queen b8. Just knight d4. I don't know why he resigned. Maybe he just lost on time at the end. Could be an option.
I find it very hard to believe, but maybe, yeah, maybe he forgot. I don't know.
Let's see if you take this
I would
one.
also play on, I have to say.
Yeah, I would also play on, at least for some little time, because
I think the end game should be lost, right?
yes, but still, like, you have to maneuver your pieces and it takes some time. It's not like obvious yet how
I would
white
keep
will win.
fighting with my with all the energy that I have left here.
Honestly, I think he maybe he resigned here and then his opponent showed him, hey, you still have rook c4.
That's true.
Could be an option that he decided because he saw, okay, I'm losing a rook, and maybe he just missed rook c4, and then his opponents, after he already resigned, he said, okay, you could have tried with rook c4. It's not completely over.
Okay, yeah, that's a much better explanation.
A possible explanation. But so many results happening. So after board 4 draw, also board 5, Lee versus Amar, which was very interesting, looked like a very smooth rook endgame draw.
And can I ask you about board 9? Was that the Maroczy that was it on board 9? Yes,
Yeah.
I'm very curious how
white managed to win.
Yes, how this.
Let's see. So because probably many weaknesses, or was it an endgame? So he just took the pawn.
Was this?
And
but was that forced? I'm losing a pawn just like that after knight g4.
Yeah, you could have went to e7 though, but he was probably afraid of something. What was he afraid of? This was a much better
dark
move.
Squares, no? He was afraid of the dark squares.
Maybe, yeah, maybe he was just like h4,
h5.
Yeah. So he went on g7, just basically exchanging the pawn for c4 pawn, but as it turns out, he cannot defend the b7 pawn. So he tried his best to hold on, but white didn't even take it. So
still playing for the dark squares.
He just played for the dark squares, and some mistakes being made there and there. However, this really looks so bad. This looks so bad. Oof. Look, this pawn coming to f6.
In practice, this has to be very difficult to play.
I think so. It is a draw with h5. And
but you have to make it.
Yes, and here he played g5, and this is now a mistake. Let's see why.
Probably because the king gets to open and the queen actually will get in.
Yes, and I guess black's queen cannot...
Well, it's in Zugzwang, yeah? He's just running out of moves.
And he doesn't have a perpetual check? He doesn't have a perpetual check because king h2. Okay, so yes, it's just Zugzwang, like you said, there's no chance. Look, just giving the pawn, because in exchange, white would be checkmating his opponent, and resignation after queen c7.
Okay, very nice win.
Very nice strategic win in the Maroczy-Bind structure.
Win on the dark squares.
Yes, absolutely. And I just want to check also board 8, where we left it.
How did he win it?
So he didn't go rook a7 like we said, but he went rook b7, which was a mistake.
Probably yes.
But okay, because bishop d6. Let's see how he continued to put pressure on black's pieces. Look at this king just being pushed away by these bishops. Here the threat was to take, so he moved it, and very soon he resigned the game.
Yeah, now he can trade because he wins all pawns.
No chance, exactly.
And g6 as well, yeah.
Yeah, bishop pair just dominating today, except in Yilmaz versus Dautian.
We are heartbroken that didn't
it just
go any better.
Exactly, just didn't work. Let's see what's happening on board 1. So sorry, let's see. So there were some exchanges, and after rook a7, I think
we don't get the pawn. Don't get the pawn right away.
Do not take the pawn, because now we're losing a rook. So I think now we will see a draw.
Yeah. Okay. What other games do we have? We have board 3 that
where the bishop pair
checked.
Is trying to win, but I don't
know. I see the small bar in on Lichess
Oh,
very high, so
I
maybe
see. Let's see what went wrong. Takes, some exchanges. Blunder. Oh, Panesar with black pieces, played g5 and forgot about bishop takes f7. And of course,
could
this
he have defended c6, f6 maybe
I
was
bishop
okay?
c7, for example, f5, f6 would
Bishop
have been
c7.
okay as well, but yeah, definitely do
So
not blunder the pawn.
it was a blunder, yeah.
It was just a blunder in time
Forgetting
trouble.
about.
And Sarana being European champion, I think also in rapid and blitz, and also classical. He was champion in all categories. I think he knows all the tricks, and he did sell it to his opponent. So yeah, this is now much easier to play for white. Again, bishop pair, still some trouble, yeah. Still some trouble to
Yeah, but I
continue.
think that's gonna be comfortable now. You have an extra pawn,
Yeah, now the
and you're
king
gonna
is
find the right
coming.
moment to maybe trade a piece and get a passed pawn.
Absolutely. Yeah, you would love to trade white squared bishop for the knight because then you have this same colored bishop, but
you don't have to rush. You will
don't
do
have
it,
to, exactly.
yeah, at the right moment. Okay, so this is going to be a decisive game, which will put Sarana on 2.5.
So he might be competing on the first board tomorrow, actually.
Yes, against Daftian.
Yes, absolutely. Oh,
Who is
okay.
still playing,
Wait,
but
this is a challenge now because it's asking go into the opposite color bishops, but 2 pawns, or give me this pawn.
or play h4.
Or play h4, correct. Yes. You could also play h4. What would you do? Would you calculate this or would you automatically go h4?
I don't know if I would automatically play h4 because after knight d5, king d5, trades on h4, is that that should be winning, right? I bring my king all the way to b7.
Yes, for example, yeah, but king d6, I mean, it's still slightly challenging. Okay. You only have 2 pawns, so you need to be very careful. I do agree with that, but it is enough, like bishop e1, then you maybe go here. King e5, bishop d2. Okay, start with d2, king e4, b4. You know, it takes time, but yeah, you have to either decide between this or this.
I'd probably much rather have the same colored bishops.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a good question. How do we evaluate bishop f4? Do we think it's a draw?
I don't know.
I don't think it's a draw. I think it's maybe more difficult to win. Maybe it's not that difficult to win though. Eh?
Maybe it's not so difficult. How
because I have 2 pawns.
Yeah.
And I go h4. And then you go g5 and you put the king on g4. This is perhaps much easier to win.
This should probably be easier, yes.
Bring the king. And keep pushing the pawns on dark squares so they don't get blocked.
And it's very important that these 2 pawns are still on the board. Otherwise, black could have just taken and this would have been a draw because this bishop is on the wrong side. So in this case, because these pawns are on the board, I also agree. I think this is much easier to win than usual.
So we should take on f4.
Both moves are winning. h4
both
and
moves
taking
are
on
winning.
f4. Yes. Engine would prefer bishop f4, but just because it's an engine, you know.
It's 2 pawns and not 1.
Yes, exactly. It seems easier for him. By the way, board 1. Sorry, yeah, board 1.
What?
Sorry, it didn't end yet. I just saw the valuation bar jump, but I think the game actually ended.
Okay,
so there's just no result yet. I just saw valuation bar jump into white's favor, so it was
I saw that too, yes.
Probably just a mistake.
But I also see that on board 2, black's advantage doesn't seem to be that big anymore.
Yeah, it's hard. This bishop now seems to be very nicely active, defending. Both pawns are defended. This pawn is defended, and black might need to play on this pawn. What happens if I go rook g2 though?
Yeah.
Do you go?
Maybe h3.
Oh.
Rook h3. Yeah, right. Rook h3 is better.
I mean,
No,
yeah, I think
h3 I might lose it.
Yeah, you might lose it with this. So then I think it's lost. So you have to go rook h3, and this one is also hanging. Huh.
Okay, so bishop e3, yeah, might win the pawn in some cases, for example.
How do evaluate bishop takes f4? Ah, yes, so this was already, yes, we already discussed it. Yeah, so he went for this. Yes, it's not easy to win, right?
No, it's not.
No, but we assumed it would not be easy, but somehow we thought with some maneuvering it will happen. Or maybe it will not. Maybe Mustafa is just going to hold this forever.
Yeah, I was just checking how this happened. Yeah, nothing special, just some checks probably that.
Can we jump to maybe Wang Hao's game if he's still playing? Let me just find him. I think he already drew. Okay, so the draw was agreed. So here I think wait just a second. Let me see. King g2, rook g6 happened. So something that we assumed. And okay, after this he didn't even consider taking on g5. But he just
why bother, right? If this is just
yeah, because this is a terrible rook, yeah. So you were like, no, I will not take it. This is a terrible rook, and now when he moved it, he took it, yeah. And just very easily just went for this, and they agreed on a draw.
Yeah, but rook d6 was cute, huh? You had to find it, yes.
Very cute. So Wang Hao maybe not exactly happy so far how his tournament is going. He's on 1.5 out of 3 points. Sugiro.
He also had a huge break from chess. He did play some games, we were talking, but he didn't play that many games, so maybe he's a bit out of shape.
Yeah, absolutely. Sugiro also on 1 point out of 2. I think he had 2 draws, if I'm correct. But yes, this is the current position with white pieces. Is he going to win this?
No, I was thinking that I think he lost. Yeah, he lost yesterday. Yes, he was one of the upsets.
He was one of the upsets. Okay.
He won the first and then lost yesterday against Urasaev.
Okay, so that was he was probably unhappy about that, as I think every chess player would after losing. The question is,
nobody's happy.
How good is my bishop versus this knight here?
Okay, good news. White has an extra pawn. Bad news. Black's pawn is on h2.
Yes, but what if I go b5?
With the c6 idea.
Yeah, takes. I go c6, and I ask you, how do you stop me, if you can? But maybe you can just play rook c2, and after this go for something like knight e7. But after king e5, yeah, this I'm not sure what is happening, but rook e2 is on the board. I wonder if Sugiro will manage to win this.
And we don't have rook h7 either. In any moment, I was trying to see if we can make that work at any point, insert it, but no.
The problem is the rook g2.
And we don't have king h6 because we run into checkmate.
Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not do it. So yeah, we cannot do it yet. By the way, no, this is on the board. Maybe he wants to play I was thinking rook h6. Rook h5 he played.
Okay, also there's a suggestion that knight e7 after b5 immediately in the line that we were looking at.
Here I'm gonna take it, and here I'm taking it, and once I come to b6 it's over. I think depends how you take it. If you take with the rook, it's even easier for me because I win like this. And if you take with the king, honestly, after b6, I don't know if you can stop me, to be completely honest. Maybe you can try. You can do your best, but I'm not sure if it's
After
holding.
c takes b5, 97.
Okay, sorry.
So that's what we were.
Yes.
Was that what we were looking at? Yeah.
Yes, here 97. Yes, and I don't know what happens if I
instead of rook
take
c2.
again.
Yes.
I don't know what happens if I take again.
King takes.
King takes. And maybe my king is slightly out of the game, right?
Yeah.
Slightly. So this could, yeah, you're right. So this could probably end in a draw.
But what do we have on the board? Because this is not it. We have rook
No.
h7.
Let's go here. This is
And
on the
king
board.
g8. Okay, just a repetition and we're back here.
Did we improve our rook from h3 to h5? I don't think that's a huge improvement.
Does it matter in the lines that we were checking out before with b5?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, this rook was here before, and now it's
Maybe
here.
it was even better? No.
Yeah, I would dare to say it was even better. That's why he went king g4. Do you think this is just a Zugzwang? Do you think he cannot win? Well, not a Zugzwang, but
No
fortress.
way to improve.
Fortress, yeah. I'm just gonna check the engine. This apparently is a draw, yeah.
Okay, so his plan is to go king g3 and win the pawn. How is black stopping that?
Apparently rook b2 is enough.
And win the b4 pawn for h2?
Yeah, so after king g3, I would assume we take. And once you take... Okay, it's not easy to draw this, right?
No. Maybe we can...
I mean, you can move the knight. No, you cannot move the knight because rook h7 is a threat.
I was thinking rook c4.
Okay. King g4.
Maybe...
And here you
go
take knight
after...
f4.
Yes, go immediately into this.
And you go into this. Yeah, this is theoretically
And go
a
into
draw.
a different type of suffering.
Yeah.
Not suffering
but
against the passed pawn, but suffering to defend this.
maybe no choice, right? There's maybe just no choice but to play for it. Okay. Let's maybe go back to... No, actually I want to see what's going on board number 24, because Sargsyan shan't. He lost the first round, and then yesterday he made a draw. So I think he's on half. Or was it the opposite? Did he make a draw the first round and lost yesterday?
No, you are right. He lost
Yeah,
the first one and made a draw. Yeah.
Okay, and today he's playing a girl. He's playing International Master Kamelidinova Muert. And I want to see what is happening here. Okay, so I guess we have very similar situation to the one before. So bishop and a rook versus rook, with who managed to play e6. Somehow,
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Or somehow, yeah, can we hold this with white pieces?
Thank you very much for joining us, and we hope to see you again tomorrow.
Yes, please. And yeah, thank you for suggestions. We really appreciate that. Yes.
Okay, so now e6 works? What do you think?
So the thing is, whenever I go e6, I am slightly afraid of, I don't know, f5 or f6. That's what worries me. But here maybe I have... No, I don't have this, because I just played this, right? And check. And go here.
And e7, you would have just taken and win the...
Oh yes, e7, then this
game,
is just a winning pawn endgame. Your king is behind my pawn, so no chance here. I think this is lost, right? Except if there's a way to check you forever.
So rook e1.
Yeah, rook e1. How do you get me? King f3, I guess. Where else will you hide?
Okay. Could also hide on e8.
But
it's a bit far away, Nana.
It's a bit far
It's too far away, yeah.
I do agree.
Okay,
no,
king
let's
f3.
try this. Let's try this, and here I go, I don't know, rook f5.
Threatening e6 now.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're threatening e6, let me move the bishop to... I only have a5 or h4. Let me move it to h4 so that I don't completely lock my rook in. Right, but that's still possible. Even if bishop h4, you could still play e6, right? Here, you could still go here.
Yeah, now I play 6.
Because in check, Can go here, yes?
Yeah, exactly. In case of taking, I have this check. Exactly.
Okay, so let me see what happens. It's happening here. They gave some checks. Okay, he's hiding on f8.
Well, listen, whenever you go to 8-7,
e6, right?
I don't know if I wanna push e6. I think, or maybe I wanna. Yeah, actually, you're right.
Or you can go rook f1 and e6, right?
Rook f1. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to say I want to keep my rook here to allow you, but then I think I win the e5 pawn. Yeah, so I might have to play e6.
But he went bishop g5. Yeah, the
Okay.
king on h7 did look strange. Bishop g5 was the idea. It may be a draw, but I don't think this is going to be
easy at all.
Easy, no, at all. No. For example, if we put our rook on e6 now, black.
Let's say check. I guess I go to d5, I would assume, and rook e6.
Maybe I can try to win the pawn, but I don't see how if you keep it defended.
Yeah, like I go rook f3, for example. How are you maneuvering like your pieces to attack it? Maybe bishop 8-6.
Maybe that, yes.
Let's say I give you a check.
h7.
Go to 8-7. I go back. Yeah, you go to g8. Okay. And now, now let's say I just go to f5.
Yeah, you defend it that way.
Yeah.
The only hope is that you maybe you will try to defend it from this side, and I could have f6 at some point.
At some point, yeah, correct.
But it's not gonna happen for now.
Okay, I'm gonna check the evaluation because I'm curious what the engine says. Engine says this is winning for black.
You just have to find a way.
Yeah.
Was it always winning for black? Like here is also winning for black?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So let's see, like after this, king d5. Let's see what the engine would do. He would go rook a2. And he would go from this side. Very interesting approach.
To limit the rook's way of defending or what?
Yeah, like after rook f3, let's say. No, actually, I'm not sure. No, actually, what he went rook a4 is probably also the best approach. He played rook a4.
Does he want to play rook f4, king f5? So here, and maybe
with rook f4 takes e6. Is that
f5?
F5, yeah, it's F5. But no, actually, like this takes e6. If you go f5, I have e7. Because
and
here I queen and I play king e6.
You have king e6 at the end.
So
nice.
If you go f6, then I'm winning because of king c6, king d7, and you cannot stop me from queening.
That actually would be very sad, yeah?
Yeah, that would be terrible to lose this.
So this is not possible then.
So you cannot
trading
exchange
the rooks
it,
just yet, no.
So you cannot exchange it, but you can go bishop f4 though.
I can, but I want it a different.
Yeah, but now I'm threatening. Now I'm threatening to actually win.
Joking.
Yeah.
Okay, so it has to be rook e2 perhaps, and then king f5.
Yeah, but king
and
f5 exactly. And after e6, then it's lost. So and if you go e6 immediately, I go f5.
Check again. Oh, okay.
I
can check. There was king e4.
And after e7,
rook e4.
Rook e4.
No, bishop
but
f4. Rook f4.
This is winning endgame. Because your
king is cut off.
Cut off here, very important. Whew. But he didn't play it. He gave a check here. I think bishop f4 is a winning combination. Absolutely deadly. But yeah, he didn't go for it. He gave a check and went back to a6. This already looks like some repetition of moves.
This is what we were trying to do. I was trying to do at least before. Put the rook on e6. It looked safe. And I think this game is going to be the last to finish. What do you think?
Oh, this one or board number 2, which is
Which
Vilnius
is a
versus
similar
Galtian.
thing here, yeah.
Which, because you have... Oh, okay, wait. We have some improvement. Maybe you're right. Maybe the other one will finish the last.
So black is winning again?
So black managed to win a pawn. Because he didn't go to g3 for some reason.
Maybe the king is getting in.
Yeah, maybe it's just too much, and he just gave the pawn, and now this should be much smoother. Like the a3 pawn will hang very soon, and h3 pawn, because it's on a white square. I would predict Dautian will win this.
So again, he will be on 3.
Yes, so again he will manage, but we will see.
For a moment, we had our doubts.
We will see. I would like to check the other games that are still going on, which is board 21, just to see what is the current live position. Wait.
Is that checkmate on a1?
How did this happen? I'm sorry, but I need to see how did this bishop come to b2. This is... wow, that's crazy. So just putting the bishop on b2 and it's over. Wow.
Okay, I wouldn't say over, because look what she's trying to do. What he's trying to do, sorry. I thought...
Oh, stalemate.
Yes.
Correct. In case... so yeah, let's show it. In case black takes the knight, this is now a draw. I would assume it's
rook
because
c8,
of
yeah?
this. Yes. So, and whenever you move, I think you can just...
and it's this rook that you can never get rid of.
Yeah, never. Yes, absolutely never.
Rook g5. Take it with 2 pieces now.
Absolutely never. And this is then a draw, so that's why king b8. He will now try with knight c6, and king c7 is on the board. Basically saying, please take it, because that makes my life easier, because there's no stalemate anymore. Okay, I would go here, for example.
All right. And knight a5 would be similar.
5 would be probably a better response, but I assume king d7.
But still no
now.
stalemate.
Yes,
Yeah,
still no stalemate.
once the pawn is free.
Oh, this is gorgeous, yeah. This is gorgeous. And the game is over. Yeah, resignation after king c7. Very beautiful.
Have you ever gotten the chance to draw like this? Just sacrifice the rook and follow the king all over the place?
I think, yeah, I did. In fact, I think it was even in bishop and rook versus a rook endgame. I think I even managed to do it there, because my opponent stepped in a wrong direction at some point, and then it was like this. So it was very nice. And you?
No, I don't think so, but I got to witness it in a blitz game. I was playing I think it's a rapid, in some world rapid and blitz, and the board next to me, one side was losing completely at some point, completely losing, and then she found this way of getting her king completely stuck, and her opponent made a mistake, and then I was seeing this rook getting sacrificed on every square of the board.
Oh my. Okay, that's terrible when you're completely winning and suddenly there's this perpetual check forever. But yes, okay, this was not the case. I would just like to say, in board number 2, Dautian already won, so let's see what happened. There was a resignation right here, so after, I assume after...
he will lose another pawn?
He's losing a pawn, yes, exactly. Like rook f3 is coming, and he just said...
one of the pawns, whichever he prefers.
Yes, he gave up, and rightly so, this is over.
Okay, so we have our leader.
Yes.
Our sole leader after 3 rounds.
Absolutely, you're correct. He's the only one on 3 out of 3. But 6 rounds to go.
Probably paired against Sarana tomorrow.
Absolutely, yes. They also have opposite colors, so which means Sarana will be having black pieces against Dautian, who will be playing white pieces. Gonna be a very interesting game.
And he's having an amazing tournament so far. I wonder if he already has all the GM norms. Is he hunting for a GM norm here? Is he only hunting for rating? Do you know?
I have no clue, but I can only tell you he's a young player. Well, young, I think he's 23 years old. So, and his performance right now 3,306.
Wow.
Doing better than Stockfish sometimes even. Yeah, 3 out of 3, it's very hard, especially because he beat Naidic and now he beat Yilmaz Mustafa. Too strong.
Very high rated players.
Very
He's on the right track to getting norm if he
Yes,
needs it.
if he needs
And
it.
rating if he needs it.
Absolutely.
Getting both.
Absolutely. I would assume that maybe he has not crossed 25 yet, but something that we will check for the next round when we will have time to check out, to know more from the players.
What boards do we still have?
Yes, let's see.
Going
So
on
we
now.
have still two games, like you said. So Kamelidenova versus Sargsyan. Let's see if Sargsyan managed to improve, or he managed to put his king on e8, f8.
I wanted to do that. It's not, yeah. We don't know if it's good or bad,
Yeah,
but he's definitely trying.
He's definitely trying, but yeah, it's going to be very tough, I think. Will he? Oh, you know what he can do? He can go into the pawn endgame if he could have a chance, but I don't think he will get it, right?
Because he also needs to get the right pawn in the game, no?
I mean, you know what would be lovely here? If white went king d5, now this would be winning after f6.
Aha.
So this is something that he wants. So I think king will go to f5, right? Or f3.
And if rook a5, I think rook a5
It's
is
similar.
the same
Yeah,
problem,
it's the same problem. So maybe this is how we win. So maybe this is after king f3, we still go for it, right?
Yeah, there's no king f4, by the way. That's why we're not going there, because, yes, king h6.
And
Bishop h6.
This might be the way to win. And this is not the live position. And Kamelidenova needs to try to figure out if she can hold this, but I don't think so, right?
Doesn't look like it. Oh, so this was another way. Nice.
Nice approach. And I just want to check game 26 before the other one finishes. So
It's almost finished.
this looks to be over. Was this game always lost? Yes, looks like to be always lost. Endgame. Yes, after check we will play here, and after another check we will play rook d6. And black can resign.
Yeah. Not much he can do. Maybe he's just resigning right now and we don't have an update.
Maybe, yes, maybe. So let's go back to Kamelidinova's game. I think then this will be the last game playing. I think you even predicted it.
We even predicted it, yes.
Okay, but already resignation. So after king e4, f6, and this is also Kamelidinova resigned. Sargsyan finally won his first game of the tournament. He must be happy, but maybe he's not happy because he struggled a lot. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but sometimes if you win it and you're finally out of that bad moment that you were in, it's just good.
Absolutely, yes. So he now maybe the doors are opening to him now. Maybe he will be much more positive about his outlook, or who knows what's gonna happen in the next 6 games. So this game has also finished.
Result there, yes.
Absolutely. So all the games are finished. Let's see what was the scores on the top board. So let's sum it up. So in the first board, Aryan Chopra versus Urazaya was a draw, so they are both on 2.5 points. Second board, Davatian beat Yilmaz with black pieces, making him the sole leader of the tournament after 3 rounds. So congratulations to Arthur. Board 3, Sarana managed to convert this draw endgame into a win in the opposite color bishops even. So coming back to 2.5 after the first game draw that Sarana had. So he will be playing on board 1 tomorrow. Will be very, very
most
exciting
likely,
game.
yes.
Then on board 4 we have Cipollino versus Utegalio, which was a draw, and also on board 5 finished in a draw. Board 6, Inian won against Rostotsev, and then board 7 also was a draw. We didn't follow it much, but some exchanges happened, and I think draw was inevitable. And also on board 8, this was extremely interesting game. Nogurbek beat very, very strong youngster from Turkey, Kuru Attila. Very, very, very interesting games today. I think every round we have more interesting games.
Yes, of course. We're not expecting less from the players. And well, today's theme, as you said, was the bishop pair. We are happy to learn about it more. Two games that were won with the bishop pair, and unfortunately, the exchange sacrifice didn't work out, but very interesting.
No, absolutely interesting. And we did learn more about the openings. It was also a D4 day today, so I think both of us are extremely happy about that.
Yes, yes.
Less Sicilians than usual, which makes me happier than usual. So yeah, I am absolutely very, very excited what the next 6 games will bring.
And that will be all for us. We will meet you again at the same time. The schedule doesn't change until the last round. So we will be here same time every day. There we have the schedule. So at 10 a.m. UTC time. See you guys tomorrow, I guess.
Absolutely. Have a nice day and hopefully see everybody here again tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye bye.